C1283 Gateway to Hell. Chapter 1283 Gateway to Hell. 1283 Gateway to Hell. Speaking of the Shadow Realm, do you know how I can reach that place? Yuan asked. I know there's a way to get there in the lower heavens, but I'm not sure I can enter that place again, so I will need a new path there. The fourth heaven. Dong Yi responded, continuing in a grim voice. In the fourth heaven, there is a place called Vanishing Valley. It's a dangerous area, one of 4 gateway to hell to exist in the 9 heavens. Gateway to hell? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Dong Yi then explained, they are also called forbidden zones, extremely dangerous areas that even immortals avoid at all costs. Most people that enter will never return, hence the name. Fortunately, the Vanishing Valley is the least dangerous of the 4 out there, but that's not really saying much. The Vanishing Valley is a deceptive place that may not appear very expansive at first glance, but once you step into the valley, it magically stretches on endlessly, ensnaring you within its confines for eternity, not to mention the countless powerful magical beasts roaming within that place. And when I say powerful, I mean there exist magical beasts rivaling immortal cultivators, despite it being located in the 4th heaven, where the limit is spirit enlightenment. Magical beasts as powerful as immortals? Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Even with his talents, he wouldn't last a single breath against such powerful opponents. There's a reason why even immortals perish in these regions. Forbidden zones defy all logic and transcend heavenly rules. They are domains not intended for humans, Dong Yi added solemnly. Is this the only way into the Shadow Realm? Yuan then asked. No, but the next entrance is in the 7th heaven. Unless you want to wait until then, you will have to enter through the Vanishing Valley, and even if you wish to wait, it won't be any safer than the Vanishing Valley. I will head to the Vanishing Valley then. Yuan declared. Will you be coming with me? He then asked. I have faith in your abilities, my liege. Dong Yi smiled. So you won't be coming. Regrettably, I'm unable to enter a forbidden zone due to their unique properties, which would strip me of my technique and reveal my existence in this world, Dong Yi lamented. Unique properties? Yuan inquired for more information. Dong Yi nodded and continued with his explanation. All forbidden zones are shrouded in a unique energy that nullifies any disguises, including concealment techniques, and without such techniques, my presence would be announced to the entire world, which will lead to an all-out war. Is that so? Well, I wasn't expecting you to follow me everywhere I go, anyway. Yuan shrugged. I have one more question. The curse cast by the Celestial Emperor, which is currently afflicting many in the 9 heavens, is there any way to dispel it? How did you manage to evade it? Dong Yi did not immediately respond and pondered for a moment before answering. The curse itself has no effect on those at God Ascension. As for getting rid of the curse for those already affected, this useless servant has very limited experience when it comes to curses, so I cannot help you. I'm sorry. Yuan shook his head. It's fine. I'm sure we'll find a way eventually. Sometime later, Dong Yi said, my liege, regarding the matter with the ancient seals. I have located Liang Xiaosheng, the previous patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan. Oh. Where is he? He spends most of his retirement at the Tunes of Heaven's establishment in North Wind City. It's not far from here, actually. If that's the case, I should visit him first before I return to the others. My liege, if you are after his ancient seal, you will most likely have to take it from his corpse, as it is their job to protect the seal even at the cost of their lives. Dong Yi warned him. The identities of the ancient seal holders are shrouded in secrecy for a reason, as they bear the responsibility of safeguarding the seals. It's only logical to assume that taking them by force might be the necessary course of action. Yuan fell silent, as he didn't want to forcefully steal the ancient seal. Is there any way to acquire the seal without fighting? Yuan asked. Dong Yi silently shook his head. Is that so? Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. I'll try to convince him to hand over the seal without fighting, but if I must, I will take it by force. Then I'll take you to the city now. Dong Yi said. Sometime later, Yuan was transported right outside of North Wind City. Upon entering the city, he immediately began inquiring about the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. Tunes of Heaven's establishment? Head to the entertainment district in the southern part of the city. You'll realize you're close when you begin hearing music. Thanks. Yuan began heading towards the south as directed. After walking for several minutes, Yuan suddenly caught the sound of a zither being played. I must be getting close. The sound only grew louder as he got closer to his destination, yet nobody on the street seemed to be bothered by it. In fact, they were all enjoying the free music. Eventually, he spotted the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. It was an expansive 4-story building that occupied half of the city block. The constant flow of people entering and exiting the establishment indicated its popularity. When Yuan approached the entrance, he was stopped by a beautiful young woman, who asked him, "Are you here to dine in the lobby, or do you have an appointment with someone?" "I'm here to dine," he said. "And are you here alone?" "I am." "I understand. Please, follow me." Yuan nodded and followed the woman inside. The first floor had the appearance and setup of a restaurant, but there was a small stage at the center of the room, graced by another beautiful woman who was performing with her zither. C1284 Flashing Memories. Chapter 1284 Flashing Memories. 1284 Flashing Memories. Here is your seat. The woman gestured to show Yuan his table. Thanks. He was closer to the walls than the stage in the center of the room, but he was still able to have a clear view of the woman on the stage. The woman then said, "If you wish to have a meal while you enjoy the show, this is the menu. If this is your first time at our establishment, you should know that we charge an extra fee for every 30 minutes that you stay here. The price will also be on the menu." And she continued, "There's also the option to rent a private room and hire one of our experts to give you a private performance if you're interested." After the brief introduction, the woman left him alone and returned to the entrance of the building to welcome the next guest. Yuan looked around the room and thought to himself, since he's from a renowned family, he will most likely have a private room. He proceeded to use his divine sense to inspect every individual within the building to find Liang Xiaosheng. However, he couldn't find anyone that fit the description given to him by Dong Yi, and the strongest cultivator there was only a spirit lord. According to Dong Yi, he shows up to this place almost every day. Since he's not here right now, let's just enjoy the show for now. Yuan opened the menu and proceeded to order a dozen dishes without hesitation. While he waited for his order, Yuan looked at the second menu, where he could hire one of their musicians. There were over 50 musicians on the roster at a glance, with 90% of them being women. Everyone had a different price, with the most expensive one to hire being 20 times more expensive than the second most expensive musician. Li Luoyang. 100 spirit stones an hour. Yuan's eyes widened at the extraordinary price tag. He personally cannot imagine spending so much money on an hour of music. Once he was finished with the menus, Yuan turned his focus to the woman performing on the stage, mostly to her slender fingers and the way they played the zither. Before he realized it, the music had put him into a trance-like state. In the midst of his daze, an image suddenly flashed inside his head, a piece of memory that he did not recognize. That was, in that fleeting memory, he witnessed a beautiful young woman playing the zither on a stage, yet the surroundings and the musician on the stage were somewhat different. Even though the memory flashed for less than a second, Yuan unmistakably identified the person on the stage as the Zither goddess. That was definitely the Zither goddess, albeit a little younger than what I remember. Why did she appear inside my head just now? He wondered. Thank you for the wait. Here is your food. A server showed up with his food shortly after. Shortly after Yuan began eating his food, another image flashed inside his head. This time, he was sitting before a table filled to the brim with food, but there was another individual there, sitting right beside him with an innocent smile on her face. Zither goddess. Once again, the Zither goddess has appeared before him in his memories. Whose memories are these? If it's the Zither goddess, perhaps Tian Kai. But why are they surfacing now? As Yuan pondered the implications of these memories, a voice resounded throughout the first floor. This is a notice to all patrons. Fairy Li Luoyang will be performing in 30 minutes, and for the next 60 minutes, the 30-minute fee will be raised to 10 spirit stones per person. She's finally here. I've waited all month for this moment. I barely managed to save up 20 spirit stones for her. Despite the exorbitant price tag, nobody in the establishment voiced complaints. On the contrary, many of them seemed exhilarated, their faces brimming with anticipation. Witnessing the excitement of those around him, Yuan also felt a rising sense of anticipation. 15 minutes later, Yuan noticed a particular individual entering the establishment, emanating the aura of a peak spirit king. He had mostly black hair with several strands of blue hair, and he had black eyes, looking vastly different than the Azure Dragon family had encountered in the ancient dragon city. Furthermore, he barely exuded the aura of a dragon. He's finally here. Liang Xiaosheng. Lightsvel. He then observed Liang Xiaosheng take a seat right in the front, directly before the stage. Despite being an expatriarch, Liang Xiaosheng did not look any older than 40. Yuan began pondering how he should approach Liang Xiaosheng. Finally, the woman who had been playing music for the past hour concluded her performance and vacated the stage. A few moments later, the lights on the first floor abruptly dimmed. Suddenly, the sound of a zither echoed through the establishment, this time producing a few random notes. The very next moment, a figure materialized on the stage as if by spectral magic. She was a tall beauty adorned in a pink outfit that accentuated her generous curves. "Hello, everyone." The woman greeted as she took a seat on the stage, placing a black zither on her legs. "My name is Li Luoyang, and I will be entertaining you for the next hour." The entire place erupted with excitement, with everyone cheering loudly for her. "Fairy Li. You're as beautiful as ever. I love you, Fairy Li." While everyone was charmed by her beauty and elegance, Yuan was paying attention to something else. Third-level Spirit King? Her cultivation is quite impressive for a musician in this place. He hadn't anticipated the musician to be a cultivation expert, but it explained her high fees. "Today, I will be performing a special piece, one that was passed down to me by my master 300 years ago. It's called The Old Dream," Li Luoyang announced. "The Old Dream?" Yuan mumbled, sensing an odd sense of familiarity with the name. C1285 Tan Songyun. Chapter 1285 Tan Songyun. 1285 Tan Songyun. Ding. Li Luoyang commenced the song with gentle, melodic notes before gradually intensifying the piece, all while maintaining the same tempo. Every movement her fingers made was bolstered by her cultivation, enhancing its impact and enabling her to produce notes that seemed to tangibly touch the depths of one's soul. She began singing a moment later, her soft voice sending chills down everyone's spine. "Old memories are like a window. Once pushed open, it becomes difficult to close. In this old dream, the sound of your voice beckoned my soul. In the old dream, the sensation of your touch sent chills down my entire being." Yuan closed his eyes and indulged himself in the soft sound of Li Luoyang's voice. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun flowing down his cheeks. Gradually, more unfamiliar memories began flashing in his mind. He was seated in what looked like a restaurant, and his attention was drawn to the stunning young woman positioned on the stage at the room center. She was dressed in vibrant red robes, her long, flowing black hair cascading down her back, and resting on her legs was a worn-out zither. Nonetheless, her zither skills were far from exceptional. In fact, they were somewhat rigid and inexperienced. Despite this, she had a full audience, with most of them captivated by her beauty and attending solely for that reason. The young woman was aware that her audience wasn't there for her musical talents, and this weighed heavily on her heart. Nevertheless, she couldn't voice any grievances, as this was her sole means of earning a livelihood. She possessed remarkable endurance, having endured hours on the stage, continuously playing the zither without any breaks. Upon concluding her performance, she rose to her feet and offered a bow to the audience. "Thank you all for joining us today," she expressed her gratitude. When the young woman got off the stage, the audience quickly surrounded her with pouches filled with money in their grasp. "Fairy Tan. Please accept this gratification. Marry me, Fairy Tan. I can promise you a life of happiness." Sorry, I have an appointment I must attend to now." The young woman hurriedly made her way through the crowd and, somehow, found herself standing right in front of Yuan's table. As the young woman walked past him, Yuan muttered, "The music was rather terrible, but your passion and dedication somewhat compensated for it." The young woman known as Tan Songyun abruptly halted her movement and turned to look at him with wide eyes. Despite Yuan's critical words, Tan Songyun didn't display any signs of anger. In fact, she seemed quite pleased, as it indicated that Yuan had paid attention to her music and wasn't there just for her beauty. However, she didn't linger and left shortly after. Over the next several days, Tan Songyun would not return to the public stage, but she was still working within the building, giving private performances to those who hired her. Whenever she moved about in the restaurant, she would notice Yuan sitting at the same table from time to time. Eventually, she gathered all the courage she had been building up for weeks and approached him, asking, "Excuse me, would you be willing to hire me for a session? One of my clients happened to cancel his appointment, so I have a free slot later tonight." Huh? Yuan looked at her with a slightly surprised face before uttering, "With your terrible skills? I'd rather not waste my money." His words left Tan Songyun absolutely gobsmacked, as she had never been rejected before, much less in such an embarrassing manner. However, before she could utter any response or storm away in anger, Yuan continued speaking, "Though, if you want, I'm willing to let you hire me." "You want me to hire you? For what?" Tan Songyun asked out of curiosity. "I'll teach you how to play the zither." "You know how to play the zither," she subconsciously muttered. "Lightsenville, if I didn't, why would I even bother asking?" Tan Songyun realized how dumb her question had sounded, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity for you. You have no idea how many people yearn for my guidance," he added. "I can assure you that a single lesson will transform your music." "Why me?" Tan Songyun couldn't help but ask, wondering if he was only trying to impress her and court her like the others. "Why?" "Because your skills are so terrible that I pity you." Yuan shrugged. "Is that so? Then tonight at midnight, come to the 3rd floor. I'll be in the room at the very end of the hallway," Tan Songyun said. "Midnight? If I don't accidentally fall asleep before then," Yuan casually said. "Then I will be waiting for you," Tan Songyun replied before walking away and resuming her work. Several hours later, precisely at midnight, Yuan ascended to the 3rd floor and made his way toward the room at the end of the hallway. "Come inside," Tan Songyun's gentle voice resounded from the room after he knocked on the door. Inside the room, Tan Songyun was seated on a small platform at the far end of the room, near the wall. "Welcome." Tan Songyun realized at this moment that she still hadn't learned of his name. After closing the door, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face, "Tian Kai, that is my name." Then, "Senior Tian, I'm looking forward to your guidance." Tian Kai then stated, "Before we proceed, I haven't yet disclosed my fee. Ordinarily, wouldn't one inquire about the price before making a purchase?" "How much for a session?" she asked a moment later. "That will depend on how much effort I'll take to teach you, so I won't know until then, but it won't be cheap." Tian Kai calmly replied without giving an answer. Tan Songyun couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, as if she might be taken advantage of, but at the same time, she had this indescribable sense of curiosity toward him for some reason. Maybe it was his confident demeanor, his straightforward character, but it could also be something else. "If he asks for an unreasonable amount, I could always refuse. It's not as though he could force me to pay him," she thought to herself as she nodded her head, accepting his guidance. C1286 Tian Kai. Chapter 1286 Tian Kai. 1286 Tian Kai. Let's begin the session, Tian Kai said as he walked up to Tan Songyun before taking a seat right in front of her. "Play me one song." "It doesn't matter which one." Tan Songyun nodded and randomly picked one of the songs she would play to the public. Tian Kai closed his eyes and listened in silence. Several minutes later, she asked him, "How was it?" Tian Kai opened his eyes and released a deep sigh, "Unbelievable." How did you manage to worsen your skills since your performance several weeks ago? What? It's worse? Tan Songyun was speechless. Play me a different song, Tian Kai requested a moment later. Okay. Tan Songyun proceeded to play a second song. This time, she selected a piece she was particularly confident in. However, Tian Kai's christim only worsened. It's even worse than your last song. Good heavens, your talents are backwards. Tan Songyun was beginning to wonder if he was merely messing with her. She frowned and said, "What am I doing wrong? Can you at least tell me that?" Tian Kai didn't answer her question and instead said, "Play the song again. I'll show you." Is he doing this so he could experience my performance for free? She wondered inwardly as she played the same song again. Once again, it's gotten worse. Tian Kai shook his head at the end of the song. Tan Songyun could no longer bear it and frowned. "Stop messing with me or I will call the guards and have you removed." Tian Kai shrugged. "It's not my fault that you're thinking about useless things when you play the zither." What? Tan Songyun's face loosened a little after hearing his words. "You're thinking too much. Clear your mind and play from your heart. Let your feelings guide your fingers, not your mind," he offered genuine advice for the first time. Clear my mind? That's easier said than done. There's no way I can do that so suddenly. Tan Songyun said. Then allow me to ask you one question. Why do you play the zither? He suddenly asked her. Why? To make a living, of course. Really? Even though there are plenty of other things you can do to earn money? Tian Kai looked at her with a doubtful gaze. Tan Songyun frowned and responded in a cold voice. What are you implying? That I should sell my body instead? You're no different from the other men. I'm disappointed in you. Leave. However, Tian Kai had a bewildered look on his face and said, How did you manage to misunderstand my few words so much? I'm impressed. Then what are you implying? I'm trying to say that you're lying. Tian Kai sighed. In what? Whether intentionally or not, you're lying to me, and more importantly, to yourself, by claiming you play the zither merely to make a living. I can discern what you cannot from the way you play the zither, Tian Kai remarked. You could have chosen to be a dancer, or even a songstress, yet you chose to play the zither despite the burden it puts on your heart. Burden. Tan Songyun looked at him with a puzzled face. When you played the zither publicly that day, you were disheartened throughout because the audience wasn't truly listening to your music. With your heart so heavy, it's no wonder your performance was so terrible. And if you were truly playing for the money, you wouldn't have such a burden in the first place. You. Tan Songyun was at a loss for words. She couldn't comprehend how he could see through her so clearly. It was as if he could read her mind. Those feelings, I want you to forget about them while you are with me because I am listening, so play the zither with that in mind. Unbeknownst to her, Tan Songyun began to cry, as she had always longed to hear such words, to know that someone was listening to her music. Without requiring any further instructions or another word spoken, Tan Songyun's fingers started to glide along the zither strings. What's this feeling? My shoulders, my hands, they feel so light, like feathers. For the first time, Tan Songyun was completely absorbed in her own performance with a clear mind. As the song neared its conclusion, Tan Songyun experienced a sense of regret, not wanting her newfound feeling to end. After the song concluded, Tan Songyun fell into a profound silence, her gaze fixed on her trembling hands that were reluctant to release the zither. Tian Kai's voice broke the silence a moment later. That was a little better than your public performance, but it's still terrible. What do you think? If you still want me to leave, I'll never show my face here ever again. When Tan Songyun heard his words, she immediately lifted her head and exclaimed, No. Please, stay here and listen to my music a little longer. She uttered with a rosy face. Tian Kai smiled and said, My ears can only handle so much, but if you improve with every song, I think you'll be able to endure it. Tan Songyun hastily nodded her head even though the idea of improving with every song was beyond her comprehension. Over the next hour, Tian Kai would continue to give her guidance, but he did not directly teach her how to play the zither, only allowing her to improve by herself. When she realized this, she asked him for the reason. Why? It's simple. I don't have the authority to take away your style, to take away what makes you unique. I am not teaching you because I want you to play like me. I want you to play your own zither. What makes me unique? Tan Songyun did not know how to respond to his reasoning. Anyways, let's end the lesson here. But I can keep on going. Tan Songyun quickly said. The more you try to force something, the less effective it will be. If you want to continue, we will do it another day. Then tomorrow. Same time. Sure. Oh. What about your payment? Tan Songyun suddenly remembered. Huh? Did you think my session would be finished so quickly? Until you can properly play the zither or you fire me, it will count as one session. Thank you. Tan Songyun said after snapping out of her daze. Without saying anything else, Tian Kai disappeared from her sight. And for the rest of the night, Tan Songyun would continue practicing the zither, imagining that Tian Kai was still in the room and listening to her the whole time. C1287 Tan Songyun's response. Chapter 1287 Tan Songyun's response. 1287 Tan Songyun's response. Huh? The handsome young man watching Tan Songyun's performance had a surprised look on his face as he listened to her zither performance. It actually sounds good? He cried inwardly. Tan Songyun was renowned for her lackluster zither skills and her outstanding beauty, so one could imagine his surprise when Tan Songyun's music actually sounded good. Once her song had concluded, the young man immediately began clapping with excitement. Amazing. Truly amazing, Fairy Tan. Your performance just now is incomparably better than just a few days ago. How did you improve in such a short amount of time? He inquired. I am presently receiving guidance from an expert, Tan Songyun shared without divulging too much information about Tian Kai. She wanted to keep their relationship a secret because her clients frequently expressed jealousy. Anyways, this is the end of our session. Thank you for always coming back to see me. Tan Songyun said with a beautiful smile on her face. The young man's face flushed with redness, and he said, Fairy Tan. Please wait a moment. He proceeded to retrieve a large case from his storage pouch and placed it before her. This is. Even without seeing the interior of the box, Tan Songyun had a good idea what this was about, as it wasn't her first time being in such a situation. The young man opened the box, revealing gold bars among other precious treasures. I love you, Fairy Tan. Please, marry me. I promise that you'll live a carefree life for the rest of your life. The young man declared with a solemn expression on his face. With a heavy expression on her face, Tan Songyun replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot respond to your feelings. Why? The young man expressed despair. Don't tell me, you already have someone in your heart? Tan Songyun suddenly visualized Tian Kai inside her mind, but she quickly tossed it aside and said, no, that's not it. Then for what reason are you rejecting me? I am simply satisfied with my current life and do not wish to start a family yet. Half of what she said was true with the other half being a lie, but even Tan Songyun herself couldn't tell which was which. I understand. However, I will not give up on you, Fairy Tan. If you're not ready now, I will wait until you are ready for a family. The young man said before making his way to the exit. Wait. Your treasures. Tan Songyun stopped him when he left behind the box of treasures. Consider it as a gift from me. And without any hesitation, he walked out of the room. Tan Songyun stared at the box of treasures with a hesitant look on her face. One on hand, it was a tremendous amount of money that would take her years of work to acquire, but on the other hand, if she accepted it, aren't you going to take it? He left it for you, after all. Tian Kai's voice suddenly resounded in the room, startling her. When did you arrive? She asked. I've been here for a while now. Are you ready to continue your lessons? Yes. After being told how much she's improved by all of her clients, Tan Songyun was more motivated than ever to improve her skills. And over the next several weeks, Tian Kai would show up every day at midnight without fail to give her guidance on the Zither. Throughout this period, Tan Songyun's Zither skills improved significantly, to the extent that she was no longer the worst performer in the establishment and had become the most skilled. As the days passed, Tan Songyun's gratitude toward Tian Kai grew even more profound, and before she knew it, her admiration had transformed into love, to the point where she couldn't spend a single hour without thinking about him. She wished for their current situation to continue indefinitely, but she was aware that their session would eventually come to an end, and she could sense that this time was drawing near. To extend their sessions, Tan Songyun eventually began deliberately slowing down her progress. Naturally, Tian Kai saw through her almost instantly. "You aren't improving as you should. Is there something on your mind?" he asked her one day. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "I've been thinking about leaving this place to pursue another career. Mo? Do you already have a plan?" he inquired further. "That depends." "On what?" "On your response." Without explaining any further, Tan Songyun suddenly walked to sit right beside him, even leaning her body on him in an intimate manner. "Once our lessons are finished, can I continue to be by your side?" After a brief moment of silence, Tian Kai responded, "That would be difficult." Tan Songyun could feel pain in her heart after hearing his words, almost as though someone was squeezing her heart with the intention of bursting it. Nonetheless, she still asked, "Why?" He smiled and explained, "Firstly, I am a cultivator, and you are a mortal. Such pairings hardly ever work out. Secondly, once our lessons conclude, I will need to return to the upper heavens, and I won't be able to be by your side all the time to protect you." Tan Songyun's eyes widened at his words, and she muttered, "So you're not rejecting me?" "No, I am not, but I also cannot allow you to follow me." Then I will become a cultivator, one that will be strong enough to follow you," she exclaimed in a passionate voice. "I swear I will do it no matter how long it takes." Tian Kai chuckled, "I don't doubt your determination, but are you sure you want this kind of life? Normally, it's the man that's chasing after the woman, you know." In response to his question, Tan Songyun leaned in and pressed her soft lips against Tian Kai's. "Does that answer your question?" she asked him, her face flushed with redness. C1288 Let us meet each other again in the upper heavens. Chapter 1288 Let us meet each other again in the upper heavens. 1288 Let us meet each other again in the upper heavens. After kissing Tian Kai, Tan Songyun muttered, "After this is over, I am going to leave this place." "Where will you go?" Tian Kai asked her. "I'm going to walk the path of a cultivator and join a sect." "Is that so?" "Being a cultivator isn't as easy as most mortals believe, you know. It's a path that's filled with blood and corpses. I am aware, but that won't stop me from chasing after what I love, what I desire." Tan Songyun suddenly stood up and pulled him towards the cold bed. "Are you sure?" Tian Kai asked her. As a private performer, Tan Songyun had been offered an immense amount of wealth by her clients in hopes of embracing her body, as that was a common interaction for those in her line of job. Despite the enticing amount of money that could let her live a life of luxury, she refused every single one of them and kept her body pure. "I am sure." Tan Songyun nodded in a bashful manner. That night, Tan Songyun gave her innocence to Tian Kai, and they didn't stop until the following morning when someone knocked on her door. "Fairy Tan, are you awake? Your client is already here. I'll be there in a moment." Tan Songyun quickly replied. However, she had no intention of attending that appointment. "When will you leave this place?" Tian Kai asked her as she got out of the bed to get dressed. "Right now," she said, taking him by surprise. "What? Right now? But what about your job?" "I'm quitting, and I'll be doing so without letting them know, as the owner surely won't be willing to let me quit," Tan Songyun declared. After all, she was the bread and butter of this establishment, their most successful and highest-earning performer. Without her, their revenue would drop by at least half. Given her value, the owner of the establishment would never allow her to leave so abruptly. And where will you be going after you sneak away from this place? Straight to the closest sect? It's too sudden. Are you even thinking this through? Tian Kai couldn't help but express his concerns. I don't know where I will go, but I have enough money to not worry about such things for now. I haven't decided on which sect to join yet, but I'll join one before I run out of money. Tian Kai rubbed his eyes and sighed. Are you really sure you want to do this? She stared at him with a resolute face and nodded. I won't repeat myself. I want to stay by your side, and I am willing to do anything to realize that dream. Tan Songyun realized that she might be moving a little too fast, especially since she barely knew Tian Kai, but she also knew how her heart felt about him and what it desired. Seeing how adamant Tan Songyun appeared, Tian Kai showed a defeated smile on his face. In that case, why don't you stay with me for a bit? Tan Songyun's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected offer. After all, our lessons are not finished yet, and since you'll be joining a sect, I've decided to teach you a little more than I had planned. After a slight pause with no response, he asked, You don't want to? Tan Songyun immediately snapped out of her daze and replied, I do. Please let me stay with you. Then you should start packing, he said with a smile. Tan Songyun didn't have much luggage. In fact, besides her zither, some clothes, and money, she had nothing else. Several minutes later, she was ready to leave. Okay, I am ready. Tan Songyun declared. Tian Kai nodded and walked to the window, opening it. Whenever you are ready, he said to her. We're leaving through the window. Unless you plan on disguising yourself, I don't see how you'll sneak out from the front door. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Lightsvel Tan Songyun nodded and walked over to him. When she got close enough, Tian Kai hugged her waist and jumped out of the window. Wah! Tan Songyun was so shocked that she forgot how to scream, but she quickly realized that they weren't falling down. Instead, they were going higher and higher toward the sky. Were flying? Why, you were an immortal cultivator all along? She exclaimed. You don't have to be an immortal to fly. Tian Kai laughed. Sometime later, Tian Kai descended by a river located within the mountain range, and there was a humble building constructed beside the river. I wasn't expecting to come all the way out here. Is this really where you live? Tan Songyun looked around with an amazed face. I travel often, so I usually make my own home. You don't like it? I do. I really like the atmosphere here. It's so peaceful and quiet. Thus began Tan Songyun's new life with Tian Kai. During the day, they would practice music together, and then during the night, they would express their love for each other. Back at the establishment Tan Songyun had snuck away from, there was widespread panic as they realized their top performer had vanished without a trace, and her clients became filled with depression. Naturally, they made efforts to search for her, but their attempts were in vain. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before they were aware, Tan Songyun had stayed with Tian Kai for almost a year. During this time, he taught her some cultivation techniques for the zither, even assisting her cultivation. Tan Songyun did not know it at that time, but Tian Kai had taught her extremely powerful and valuable techniques that would make even those in the upper heavens filled with envy. Then, right as they passed a year, to Tan Songyun's bewilderment, Tian Kai suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a note and some resources. I apologize for the abrupt disappearance, but something came up and I had to leave. Unfortunately, I will not be able to return for a while. I will be waiting for you in the upper heavens, Songyun. Despite leaving her alone so abruptly, Tan Songyun did not feel anger towards Tian Kai, as she had anticipated this day would eventually come a year ago. Yes, let us meet each other again in the upper heavens, my beloved. Tan Songyun mumbled as she pressed the note against her beating heart. C1289 Reschedule. Chapter 1289 Reschedule 1289 Reschedule, Tan Songyun. Yuan muttered in a low voice after Tian Kai's memories came to an end. Although Tan Songyun did not know of his reason for leaving, Yuan did. If the Celestial Emperor hadn't found him, he would have definitely remained by her side for as long as possible, he sighed inwardly. Nonetheless, he was quite shocked to learn of Tian Kai's relationship with Tan Songyun, who would eventually become known as the Zither goddess. Teacher and lover, huh? I wonder if she's still looking for me. Yuan wondered as Liu Woyang's performance reached its end. There were still many unanswered questions, such as how Tian Kai and the Zither goddess met in the first place, as he was told that they didn't know each other by Song Linger. He was told that the Zither goddess had been born 25,000 years ago while the god of music existed for millions of years. What if Song Linger had been talking about a different god of music? What if Tian Kai wasn't the god of music like had originally thought? These are questions that won't be answered until he finds the Zither goddess or regains more of Tian Kai's memories. Thank you all for coming here today to witness my performance. I will return next month and have hopefully improved my skills by then. Liu Woyang gave the audience a respectful bow, causing the place to erupt with cheering and encouragement. At the end of her performance, the light in the room slowly returned, and the workers there would go from table to table asking for payment. Coincidentally, Yuan's table was towards the exit, so Liu Woyang would be walking in his direction. When Liu Woyang got close enough, Yuan subconsciously muttered, "For your first song, you should slow down a bit on the 51st, 88th, 109th, 171st, and 182nd note. Speed up on the 17th, 27th, 49th, 82nd, 122nd, and 251th note." Liu Woyang halted her movements and glanced at Yuan with a shocked expression on her face. Even without Yuan's advice, Liu Woyang knew that she had misplayed several notes, but had also mentioned notes that even she didn't realize she had messed up. Her performance was nothing short of perfect to the audience and she's never received any complaints before, much less being corrected on a song that only she should know how to play, so one could imagine the surprise on her face. How does he? It's not as though I play the old dream often, either. And before she could respond, Yuan continued, "You're the Zither goddess disciple, aren't you? If you have some time later, I would love to have a chat with you." It wasn't a secret that Liu Woyang had received guidance from the Zither goddess, as it was part of her advertisement campaign, but with the way he spoke, Yuan made it sound like he didn't know before today. "Do you know my master?" Liu Woyang couldn't help but ask him. He nodded, somewhat. "And what was your relationship with her?" she continued inquiring. Yuan pondered for a moment and retrieved the soul-ensnaring Zither before responding, "Our relationship is a bit difficult to explain." "That's the soul-ensnaring Zither. Why do you have something like that on you?" Liu Woyang nearly dropped the Zither in her grasp when she saw the soul-ensnaring Zither, something owned by the Zither goddess. As far as she was aware, the Zither goddess had left the soul-ensnaring Zither in the lower heavens, and only those who could play it could receive it. "Does that mean he can play it?" Liu Woyang swallowed nervously at the thought of hearing the soul-ensnaring Zither sound, as she had tried to play it before and failed miserably. Seeing her expression, Yuan plucked one of the strings with a smile on his face. The moment he released the string, a heavenly note resonated throughout the building. Although it was just a simple, single note, it was filled with wonder and mystery. The sound sent chills down Liu Woyang's entire being. After a brief moment of silence, she asked him, "Do you have time now? I'd like to invite you to my room." Before he could even answer, Yuan felt a cold gaze behind his back. It was Liang Xiaosheng, and he was giving him deadly stares for some reason. However, such a question would be answered the very next moment. "Lady Li. You mustn't. You have a very important client today. He's from the Azure Dragon family." One of the workers there reminded her of her schedule. Liu Woyang sighed, "Young man, will you be staying here for long? Or you can come back later tonight when I am off work." "Unfortunately, I have somewhere else that I need to be, so I won't be here for long." Liu Woyang began to contemplate. She didn't want to offend the Azure Dragon family, especially since her client was their former patriarch. However, she had been dreaming of hearing a song from the soul-ensnaring Zither ever since she learned about it hundreds of years ago and didn't want to miss the opportunity. Omicron M. Eventually, she took a deep sigh, walked over to Liang Xiaosheng, and bowed. I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience, but I would like to reschedule our session. As compensation, I will give you 3 hours of my time instead of just 1, and it'll be free of charge. Liang Xiaosheng wasn't someone who cared about money. He was more irritated at the fact that Li Luyang had chosen Yuan instead of him. However, since it was difficult to make an appointment with her even for someone like him, he decided to not make a scene there and just accept his free sessions. After forcing a smile on his face, Liang Xiaosheng spoke, "Don't worry about it. I have nothing but time on my hands since my retirement and the compensation is more than fair." Meanwhile, Yuan sighed inwardly. Looks like it'll become even more difficult to take his ancient seal without fighting. C1290 Mysterious Beauty. Chapter 1290 Mysterious Beauty. 1290 Mysterious Beauty. After confirming her rescheduling with Liang Xiaosheng, Li Luoyang brought Yuan to her room on the 4th floor. Unsurprisingly, as the establishment's most popular and highest-earning performer, Li Luoyang's room took up half of the 4th floor. The interior of her room was simple yet elegant with decorations that were barely noticeable until Li Luoyang stood near them, enhancing her beauty. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Li Luoyang said to him as she took her usual seat by the platform. Yuan sat directly in front of her. "So, what would you like to know about my master?" Li Luoyang asked him. "Oh, just so you know, this information won't come for free. In return, I'd like you to play some songs for me with that soul-ensnaring zither." "Of course." Yuan nodded. "Then, for my first question, do you know where the Zither goddess is now?" "No, but she visits the lower heavens once every few hundred years." "Do you think she'll visit soon?" "I doubt it since she visited 100 years ago." "I see, then how did you become her disciple?" "Well, she was a patron at this establishment when I happened to be performing that day, and she approached me with the offer of guidance. I refused at first, unaware of her identity. Then, Li Luoyang raised her hand when Yuan tried to ask another question, and she said, "I'd like to hear a song before we continue." Without saying another word, Yuan placed the soul-ensnaring zither on his lap and began playing with a gentle smile on his face. Li Luoyang's eyes widened with shock a few moments later. She only had to hear a few notes before she was convinced of his godlike skills. Yuan's music penetrated the walls and quickly filled the building, shocking everyone inside. When those outside the building heard the music, they rushed inside to take a glance at the performer, but to their disappointment, he was nowhere to be found. "Who's that playing? Only Fairy Li would be this good." "No. I have never heard this song before. Who else besides Fairy Li could perform like this? It's even coming from the 4th floor. What about that young man who went with her? She must have known about his skills, hence why she risked offending Senior Liang." Yuan's performance lasted only a minute, which was far from enough to satisfy the audience. Are you also her disciple?" Li Luoyang asked him afterward. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I guess you can say that since she taught me how to play this zither." "So she taught you? No wonder why you can play it," Yuan then asked. "Can I ask my next question now?" She nodded. "Do you know anything about the Zither goddess' relationship with the god of music?" "God of music?" Li Luoyang raised her eyebrows, and she asked, "Which one?" "There's been many throughout the years." Someone named Tian Kai." "Tian Kai? Sorry, I am not aware of any god of music by that name." "Is that so?" This confirmed Yuan's suspicion that Tian Kai was never the god of music. If Tian Kai wasn't the god of music, who was he? And why was the Zither goddess absorbed in the god of music statue? "Can you tell me what you know about the god of music?" "Not the people, but the title in general." Li Luoyang nodded, but she also pointed at his zither. A moment later, heavenly music filled the establishment once more, attracting even more customers to the building. The music lasted a little longer this time, allowing the workers at the building to pinpoint the location it came from. "It's definitely coming from Lady Li's room. How much would it cost to hire someone like him?" The owner of the establishment muttered to herself as she pondered how much she was willing to pay. Once the music ended a few minutes later, Li Luoyang asked him, "How long did it take you to reach that level of skills?" "A few years," he responded with a smile. Li Luoyang burst out laughing, "That's a great joke. A few years, pfft." Anyone in her position might think that Yuan was joking, but if she knew that Yuan had only started playing the zither a year ago, she might consider giving up on playing herself. Anyways, the title of God of Music gets passed around quite often, so much so that it doesn't really matter nowadays. If you want it, you can challenge the current God of Music and snatch it from them. I think you'll have a good chance with your current level of skills. I'm not really interested in acquiring the title, he shook his head, and continued, "Another question. Do you know why the Zither goddess comes down to the lower heavens?" I asked her this question before, and she told me that it's to visit her old home. Her old home, huh? The image of a certain building beside a river suddenly appeared inside Yuan's head. Wait a minute. The teleportation formation within the Zither goddess immortal cave. Is that her method of transportation? Its existence would make much more sense if she used it to visit the lower heavens every few hundred years. Does this mean I have a good chance to find her in the fifth heaven? He suddenly came to this realization. Meanwhile, in the lower heavens, a veiled figure approached a certain building. Identity yourself. The guard at the gate stopped this person at the entrance. The figure removed the veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, and she spoke in a low voice, "The soul ensnaring Zither. I cannot sense its presence. What happened to it?" Despite being startled by her shocking beauty, the guard managed to utter, "It was taken." The woman frowned upon hearing this news, even emitting a subtle hint of killing intent. "Who took it?" I don't know, but it was with Master Zhou's approval since that person managed to play it." The woman fell silent after learning of this news, and her killing intent immediately vanished. Without saying a round word, the woman turned around and walked away, disappearing into thin air a moment later. Who was that? The guard muttered in a dazed voice, his mind ensnared by the woman's beauty. C1291 Zither Goddess Return. Chapter 1291 Zither Goddess Return 1291 Zither Goddess Return. Master Zhou, regarding the recruitment, have you decided on your next disciple yet? A group of adults sat before Master Zhou, who was renowned as a top Zither expert in the lower heavens and also the previous owner of the soul ensnaring Zither. Not yet. There are so many promising applicants, and I only have one slot left, so I am having a difficult time choosing. Master Zhou said as he calmly brushed his long, white beard. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and a veiled figure nobody there recognized walked inside. Who dares interrupt? An awe-inspiring and unparalleled presence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of paralyzing awe and fear. While the room was filled with silence, the veiled figure walked to the center of the group and asked them in a cold voice, "Which of you is surnamed Zhou?" That would be me. Dare I ask your identity, senior? And why are you looking for me? Master Zhou raised his hands which were still trembling in fear. The veiled figure then spoke, "The soul ensnaring Zither that I had left in your ancestors' hands for safekeeping, why did you give it away?" The soul ensnaring Zither? Impossible. You can't be the Zither goddess. Master Zhou exclaimed in utter shock as this realization dawned upon him. The veiled figure suddenly retrieved a thin-bladed sword and pointed it at Master Zhou's throat, yet nobody in the room dared to move a finger, their bodies still frozen in fear. "Answer my question," she demanded. "The soul ensnaring Zither has been with my family for over 25,000 years, collecting dust all the while because nobody could play it," Master Zhou explained, and he continued, "I was never informed of its purpose, entrusted to us for safekeeping. Thus, I believe that if anyone possessed the ability to play it, they should rightfully inherit it." After a moment of silence, the veiled figure asked, "The person who inherited it?" "This Yuan. Where can I find him?" "I'm sorry, but I do not know. However, I know someone who may be able to answer your question, Zither goddess. Fei Yuyan. She's a disciple from the Dragon Essence Temple." She was with Yuan, and they seemed quite close with each other. After another moment of silence, the veiled figure spoke. Given your familial ties to my dear friend, I shall not chastise you for parting with my cherished Zither. Thank you, Zither goddess. Stop it. Excuse me? That nickname. I never liked it. Then how shall I address you, senior? By my name, Tan Songyun. After saying those words, Tan Songyun lowered her sword and walked out of the room before disappearing like a ghost. That was the Zither goddess? She's quite different from what I've heard. One of them whispered, his voice filled with bewilderment, long after her departure. Right? I always thought she was a benevolent goddess, said another. That was probably the Zither goddess from 25,000 years ago. People can change a lot in a year, much less thousands of years, another sighed. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple. Amazing. Fairy Faye, you've improved once again. I love you, Disciple Faye. After her performance ended, her audience at the Dragon Pavilion cheered like there was no tomorrow. Fei Yuyan gave an elegant bow and said, "Thank you all. This will be all for me today. See you next month, Fairy Faye. I'll be waiting for you." Omicron Fei Yuyan left the Dragon Pavilion shortly after and made her way back home. It's almost been a year since he left. What is he doing now? Where is he? Fei Yuyan pondered about Yuan as she walked home. It's almost been a year since he left. What is he doing now? Where is he? Fei Yuyan pondered about Yuan as she walked home. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a veiled figure descended from the sky and landed right in front of her. What? Fei Yuyan jumped back after being startled. Are you Fei Yuyan? Tan Songyun asked her without even giving her a chance to recover. When she arrived at the sect, the first thing that caught her attention was Fei Yuyan's Zither performance, and after hearing the other disciples address Fei Yuyan's surname through divine sense, she decided to approach Fei Yuyan. Why yes. I am, but who are you? Fei Yuyan asked. Then are you familiar with Yuan? Yuan. Fei Yuyan was taken aback to hear his name just as she had been thinking about him. If this wasn't fate, what else could it be? I'm sorry, but you won't be able to find him here. Fei Yuyan said a moment later. Where can I find him? I don't know, Fei Yuyan shook her head. Once again, Tan Songyun retrieved her sword and pointed it at Fei Yuyan. If you value your hands, I'd suggest you tell me the truth. Fei Yuyan was dumbfounded, as she didn't expect her to get so aggressive so suddenly. Why are you looking for him? He has something that belongs to me. Sorry, but I really don't know. He left for the second heaven almost a year ago. Fei Yuyan had no problem telling her the truth, as there was no way this mysterious woman could find Yuan with such a clue, and it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tan Songyun gritted her teeth in frustration after hearing this news. Second heaven? How troublesome. She cursed inwardly. Tell me everything you know about this Yuan. And what will you do when you find him? Fei Yuyan asked. That's none of your business. Fei Yuyan gritted her teeth and uttered, then I won't help you. You don't care about your hands? Without them, you'll never be able to play the Zither again. Tan Songyun swung her sword so quickly that Fei Yuyan couldn't even see her movements, and the tiles around her suddenly had several sword cuts on them. However, despite the fear on her face, Fei Yuyan remained resolute. You can take my life for all I care. I won't help you find Yuan if you're going to hurt him. Tan Songyun fell silent, leaving Fei Yuyan to wonder about her expression hidden behind the veils. C1292 Zither Goddess Performance. Chapter 1292 Zither Goddess Performance. 1292 Zither Goddess Performance. I will not repeat myself. Either you answer my questions or your hands go. Tan Songyun spoke after a moment of silence. However, several figures suddenly appeared before them with their weapons already pointed at Tan Songyun. Who the hell are you? And why are you pointing your weapon at my disciple? Long Yijuan, sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple, inquired in a demanding tone. Sect Master. I don't know why, but she's inquiring me about Yuan. Fei Yuan said. Yuan? Long Yijuan frowned upon hearing this familiar name. I don't care who you are or why you're looking for Yuan, but how dare you invade our sect and threaten one of our disciples? And what do you think you can do to me with your cultivation bases? Tan Songyun asked them as she used a movement technique, disappearing from her location like a ghost. When she appeared again, she was right behind Long Yijuan with her blade pressed against his neck. I could take out all of you without breaking a single sweat. What? When did she get behind me? I couldn't see her movements at all even though she was right in front of me. Long Yijuan cried inwardly. Sect Master. Get away from the Sect Master, you fiend. The elders around them immediately released their cultivation bases. Tan Songyun released a sigh and unexpectedly lowered her weapon. Now! One of the elders shouted and suddenly attacked. Wait! Long Yijuan tried to stop him, but he was too late. However, before the elder's weapon could even get close to her body, Tan Songyun's arm flickered, and the elder's weapon shattered like glass after being struck by a rock the very next moment. Before the elder could even process what had just happened, Tan Songyun used her other hand to grasp his neck, lifting him into the air like nothing. Please. Wait. Long Yijuan cried out loud after seeing this. Nobody there dared to move a muscle, fearing that she might snap the elder's neck the moment they did. After a moment of silence, Tan Songyun swung her arm, flinging the elder to the side like garbage. She then said, the soul-ensnaring Zither. Your friend took something that he wasn't supposed to, so I am looking for him. What? The soul-ensnaring Zither? Fei Yuan's eyes widened with shock as she came to a realization. You can't be the Zither goddess? Tan Songyun removed her veil, revealing her beautiful face, and said, I don't like that nickname. Tan Songyun is my name. The place turned silent once again as everyone there tried to grasp the situation. Are you really the Zither goddess? Long Yijuan couldn't help but doubt her identity. Tan Songyun glared at him and said, I don't have the time to entertain you. Tell me everything you know about Yuan and I will be on my way. If you play a song for us and prove your identity, I will tell you everything I know about Yuan. Fei Yuan said, and she continued with a resolute face, if not, I won't tell you anything even if you kill me. Tan Songyun sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner, yet she did not reject Fei Yuan's offer. She then beckoned at Fei Yuan, causing the Zither in Fei Yuan's arms to float towards her. With the Zither hovering in the air right before her chest, Tan Songyun immediately began playing the strings. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire sect changed, filled with heavenly music resonating through the air. Fei Yuan and the others near Tan Songyun could see illusions around her, almost as though a world had been materialized by her music. However, the music was cut short and stopped midway. It was such a blatant pause that it nearly made the audience puke out blood from anger. Omicron MW, why did you stop so suddenly? Fei Yuan demanded an answer with a frown on her face. I didn't come here to perform for you. I should have proved my identity with that much. Now, tell me about Yuan. And no. I requested for a song, not half a song. Fei Yuan did not want it to end there. Enough. Tan Songyun roared, her voice carrying some of her cultivation base. Cough. Fei Yuan and those around her suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. My patience has run out. If you don't stop this nonsense right now, I will not hesitate to kill you. If you think you're my only option of finding Yuan, you can ignore my warning. All right. I apologize for overstepping my boundaries, Zither, Senior Tan. Your music was so good that I couldn't help myself. Fei Yuan sighed. I'll tell you everything I know about Yuan, but let's go somewhere more private. Fei Yuan turned to look at Long Yijuan and continued, it'll be fine, Sect Master. Thank you for everything. If you say so. Long Yijuan and the other elders left them alone shortly after. Fei Yuan brought Tan Songyun back to her own living quarters, where she explained her relationship with Yuan and everything she knew about him. Even if he's a genius, the soul-ensnaring Zither requires a unique technique that only I know to play, so how? Did he create another technique for it? That's absurd. Tan Songyun was not aware of teaching Yuan the technique, as that was something done by the soul-ensnaring Zither on its own accord. And that's all I know about him. I know it's not much, but it's good enough. Tan Songyun interrupted and immediately made her way for the exit. Wait. Fei Yuyang suddenly stopped her. What do you want? I know this may be asking too much, but can you give me some advice on the Zither? How can I play like you? Fei Yuyan asked. You want to play like me? Tan Songyun asked for confirmation. Yes. Fei Yuyan eagerly nodded. Then you might as well quit playing the Zither. Fei Yuyan's eyes widened at her unexpected response. Are you playing the Zither just to play like me, or are you playing it because you enjoy it? Everyone has their own style and uniqueness, and I don't have the authority to take that away from you. Tan Songyun retrieved a small book and tossed it at the dazed Fei Yuyan. That will not teach you to play like me, but it might help you improve your own style, if you have the talents for it. Thank you, Senior Tan. I will not disappoint you. I'm not expecting anything from you. Tan Songyun said before disappearing from her sight. Though she may appear cold and ruthless at a glance, she's actually very kind and thoughtful on the inside. Fei Yuyan sighed as she stared at the book in her hands. Yuan, good luck. C1293 Liang Xiaosheng. Chapter 1293 Liang Xiaosheng. Thank you, Lady Li, that's all of the questions I have for now. Yuan said to Li Luoyang sometime later. You're leaving already? Why don't you stay here a little longer to chat? This is my first time encountering someone taught by the Zither goddess other than myself. Li Luoyang looked a little sad after realizing that he was about to leave. I have other businesses to attend to, so I cannot stay for too long. One more song. You can leave after playing one more song. Li Luoyang raised a single finger on her hand and shoved it at his face. Yuan nodded with a smile and agreed, okay, I will play one last song. After taking a moment to ponder what song he wanted to play, Yuan began moving his fingers on the Zither. This is... Li Luoyang's eyes widened with excitement when Yuan started playing the old dream. Now that she knew he had been taught by the Zither goddess, she wasn't surprised that he could play the song. Of course, Yuan didn't learn the song from the Zither goddess, nor did he recall it in Tian Kai's memories. After listening to it once, had completely ingrained it within his memories. As for how he managed to figure out Li Luoyang's mistakes during her performance, it was purely because of his own expertise and instincts. Li Luoyang's performance didn't sound wrong to him, but in his mind, it would sound better with his changes. Li Luoyang agreed with such changes, hence why she wasn't upset when he corrected her. At the end of the song, Li Luoyang muttered in a dazed voice, "It sounds even better than I remember." "Thank you," Yuan said with a smile on his face as he stowed away the Zither. "Then you'll be leaving now. Will you visit this place again?" Li Luoyang then asked. "Honestly? Probably not, since I came here with a purpose." Yuan did not lie to her. "Is that so? That's unfortunate. However, if you ever feel like it or happen to be nearby, please visit us. I'd like to listen to your music again." "Of course." "Oh. One more thing. I never got your name." "It's Yuan, and do you mind if I leave through your window? I don't want to deal with the crowd outside." "Sure thing." Li Luoyang chuckled. After leaving through the window, Yuan did not wander too far away from the building, and he began to ponder what he should do with Liang Xiaosheng and his ancient seal. Fortunately, he had been keeping track of Liang Xiaosheng's location through divine sense this entire time, so he didn't need to wait for him to return to the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. However, there was a bigger problem. How should I approach him without making him want to punch me at a glance? After what had transpired with Li Luoyang, he was certain that Liang Xiaosheng had been offended and felt humiliated by the rescheduling, so he couldn't just approach Liang Xiaosheng as nothing had happened. After pondering for some time, Yuan eventually came up with a somewhat risky plan. It may be risky, but if everything goes right, I won't need to fight him for the ancient seal. Yuan disappeared from the streets to prepare for his meeting with Liang Xiaosheng. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaosheng was drowning himself in alcohol at a nearby restaurant as he waited for his appointment with Liu Woyang. That goddamn bastard. Which rat hole did he crawl from? How dare he humiliate me in front of everyone and force Lady Li to choose between us? I'll skin him alive the next time I see him. Liang Xiaosheng slammed his cup on the table, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. However, despite the disturbance he was causing, nobody approached him, as he was a well-known individual within the city, so everyone knew his identity. After consuming alcohol non-stop for several hours, Liang Xiaosheng paid the bill and left the restaurant, feeling a bit drunk. The moment he stepped outside the restaurant, he sensed an unfamiliar yet overwhelming aura coming from outside the city. When he sensed his aura, his eyes widened with shock, and the slightly drunk expression on his face became completely serious. What a powerful presence. And this aura, it can't be. In order to confirm his doubts, Liang Xiaosheng immediately flew towards the aura's direction. Sometime later, Liang Xiaosheng halted his movements when he saw a figure hovering above the trees in the distance. This figure was draped in a full-length black robe with long, flowing golden hair cascading down the back, and their face was concealed behind an ordinary-looking mask. It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that the individual before them was far from ordinary. Liang Xiaosheng's body trembled when he noticed the details on his clothing. That appearance. That aura. The golden dragon robe? What is something like that doing down here? What is a dragon emperor in the third heavens? Unsurprisingly, Liang Xiaosheng came to such a conclusion. He hailed from a prominent dragon clan where such information is common knowledge. I was told that some people from the upper heavens would be showing up in the lower heavens, but I wasn't expecting to meet any dragon emperors. He cried inwardly. Shortly after Liang Xiaosheng's arrival, Yuan slowly turned around to glare at him with a serious atmosphere around him. Who the hell are you? Yuan asked in a cold voice, pretending not to know him. Liang Xiaosheng subconsciously lowered his head in submission and responded in a respectful voice. This lowly one is from the Azure Dragon family, and my name is Liang Xiaosheng. One of the 4 ancient families, huh? And what does the Azure Dragon family want from me? Yuan suddenly activated Dragon's Gaze to scare Liang Xiaosheng a little more and to erase any doubt Liang Xiaosheng had of his identity. Dragon's Gaze? Liang Xiaosheng nearly crapped his pants when confronted by its terrifying pressure. The Azure Dragon family has nothing to do with this. I was coincidentally in a nearby city when I sensed your impressive aura, so I decided to check it out. I'm sorry if I had disturbed you. Liang Xiaosheng shouted in a terrified voice. Seeing Liang Xiaosheng's reaction, Yuan deactivated Dragon's Gaze and retrieved his aura, allowing Liang Xiaosheng to breathe properly. C1294 Treated Like Royalty. Chapter 1294 Treated Like Royalty. After a moment of silence, Liang Xiaosheng said, once again, I sincerely apologize if my curiosity had disturbed you. If my presence isn't wanted here, I will immediately leave. Faced with a dragon emperor from the upper heavens, he attempted to distance himself from the situation. Even as a member of the 4 ancient families, he felt like a commoner in the presence of a true dragon emperor. Wait. However, Yuan did not let him off so easily. Since you're here, you might as well stay for a little longer, especially since you're from the Azure Dragon family. I happen to know someone from your lineage in the upper heavens. Yuan approached Liang Xiaosheng, who was visibly tense and nervous. In the presence of a dragon emperor, even a seasoned expert of over 1,000 years might feel as vulnerable as a child. When he was close enough, Yuan released a somewhat surprised and puzzled noise. Are you really from the Azure Dragon family, of dragon bloodline? Why yes. I am definitely from the Azure Dragon family. Unfortunately, our bloodlines in the lower heavens are quite weak and lacking, especially when compared to those in the upper heavens. Liang Xiaosheng retrieved a medallion to prove his identity afterward. Is that so? That explains why I can barely sense the aura of a dragon from you. Yuan muttered. How pitiful. Liang Xiaosheng cried inwardly at Yuan's rude remarks, yet he did not dare utter any complaints and even pretended as though they were compliments. Anyways, is your family nearby? Yuan suddenly asked. Huh. They are, but why do you ask, Your Majesty? I'd like to witness how the Azure Dragon family operates in the third heaven, or would that be too troubling? I am a stranger to your family, after all. Of course not. It's no trouble at all, Your Majesty. It'd be an honor to grace our family with the presence of a dragon emperor. Liang Xiaosheng's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan's words. This is working out pretty well. Yuan thought to himself. As much as he wanted to get the ancient seal from Liang Xiaosheng and disappear as quickly as possible, he couldn't move too hastily or be too direct, or his ulterior motives would be exposed in the blink of an eye. However, Liang Xiaosheng suddenly continued, Your Majesty, aren't you busy at the moment? According to what I've been told, those coming from the upper heavens have some kind of assignment. Yes, and I've been working for months without any breaks now, so I've decided to take a day or two off. If you are worried about me being punished for slacking off, you should worry for those who spent 6 months in the Nameless Emperor's tomb first. And my apologies, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to, it's fine. Yuan shook his head. Then allow me to guide you to our humble estate. Liang Xiaosheng said. Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow him. While he traveled with Liang Xiaosheng, Yuan notified Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying that he would be gone for a little longer than expected and not to be worried about him since he was fine. Several hours later, Liang Xiaosheng entered a valley located several thousand miles away from North Wind City. Somewhere along this valley was a concealment formation that hid a separate path from the main path. This path obviously led to the Azure Dragon family, and it was only accessible by someone with the Azure Dragon family's medallion. As they stepped into the formation, it felt like they had entered a completely different realm. The path was lined with medicinal herbs and other exotic plants, leading them to the sprawling estate at the far end of the pathway. Although they were still quite far away from the mansion, Yuan could already see people gathering outside in a large formation. Once they arrived at the mansion, these people shouted in unison, Welcome to the Azure Dragon family, esteemed Dragon Emperor. Welcome back, Senior Liang. Naturally, Liang Xiaosheng had notified his family of their arrival through his communication jade slip. He did not want to risk screwing up their chance of befriending a dragon emperor, who could potentially usher them into a new age. I appreciate the effort, but I actually dislike crowds. Yuan calmly said, as he did not want to deal with more people in his current situation. Is that so? My apologies. I will send them away immediately. Liang Xiaosheng then beckoned for them to leave. The Azure Dragon family looked puzzled after being sent away, but they didn't dare to question it and immediately dispersed except for one person, the current patriarch of their family. This is my son and the current patriarch, Liang Dishan. Liang Dishan stepped forward and bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Dragon Emperor. If there's anything you need from this one, don't hesitate to call for me. Yuan silently nodded. Then allow me to show you around. Liang Xiaosheng said a moment later. Yuan didn't say anything and silently followed him inside the building. Using his divine sense, Yuan could see several hundred people inside and within the vicinity of the mansion, with about a third of them giving off a similar aura as Liang Xiaosheng. Wherever they went, the people there would stop whatever they were doing to lower their heads to Yuan, treating him as though he was real royalty. As the Azure Dragon family treated him with such reverence, Yuan couldn't help but realize the significance and importance of dragon emperors. Their status seemed to surpass even the family's own revered ancestors. After showing Yuan around the mansion, Liang Xiaosheng eventually brought him to the guest room. Your Majesty, might I propose a moment of respite? Is there a particular dish or libation that might pique your interest? Regrettably, our provisions may not rival those of the upper heavens, but we shall exert every effort to provide you with satisfaction. Despite being a retired patriarch, Liang Xiaosheng's servant-like attitude rivaled real servants. "I'm not particularly picky, so I'll have whatever you got to offer," Yuan said. "As you wish." Liang Xiaosheng immediately called over a servant and basically requested a feast. Liang Xiaosheng, being a dragon himself, was well aware of their penchant for food. Thus, he believed that providing a sumptuous feast for a single dragon emperor wouldn't be too extravagant. C1295 Traitor. Chapter 1295 Traitor. While they waited for the food, Yuan asked Liang Xiaosheng, "Tell me a little about your family's history." Liang Xiaosheng quickly replied, "Our family has a lineage dating back to the primordial era. If there's any specific aspect you'd like to learn about, please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to provide the information." Yuan clarified, "I'm interested in the history of this specific branch of your family, not your entire family lineage." "Oh, if that's the case, then our Azure Dragon family came down to the third heaven shortly after the divine heavens was split into 9 separate realms at the end of the immortal monarch's era." Liang Xiaosheng continued in a dispirited manner, "Well, when I say we came down, it's more like we were exiled by the main branch. Our bloodlines were considered weak and unfit to stay in the upper heavens, so we were basically cast out." Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you hold a grudge against the main branch for their decision? For kicking you down here?" Liang Xiaosheng immediately shook his head, "Of course not. That'd be outrageous. We bear no grudge against the main branch because we understand that our own limitations led to our exile down here. Compared to those in the main branch, we're practically just humans with unique features. We simply don't deserve to remain up there. Moreover, if someone with a strong bloodline is born in our family, we can always send them to the upper heavens, where they can receive proper nurturing. So, we're not completely confined to the lower realms." Another idea came to Yuan when he heard such words, and he asked, "What if, and this is purely just me thinking out loud, but what if I could improve your bloodline and help you ascend?" Liang Xiaosheng's eyes widened with shock and disbelief after hearing Yuan's words, not because he did not believe Yuan had the capability but because he didn't think there was any reason for Yuan to do something like that for them. If your majesty would be willing to bless our unworthy family with such a chance, would be forever in your debt. It has been over 200,000 years since someone from their family was talented enough to be accepted by the main branch, so Liang Xiaosheng couldn't let such a chance get away." Yuan did not immediately respond and waited for a few moments before opening his mouth. "What I am about to tell you must be kept a secret," Yuan said. "Of course. I swear upon my bloodline that I will not utter a word to anyone." Liang Xiaosheng immediately agreed with the solemnity that reflected the deep significance of a beast's oath. To a beast, their own bloodline held a significance akin to a soul for humans, and when a beast swore upon their bloodline, it became an unbreakable bond, even in the face of life-threatening challenges. Yuan then asked, "Do you know my purpose for coming down here?" "According to my sources, those who came from the upper heavens are looking for a certain individual," Liang Xiaosheng said. Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed. A criminal so dangerous that he's wanted by the celestial emperor himself. However, that is not the only reason I came down here. The ancient seal holders. As someone from the 4 ancient families, I'm sure you are well aware of their existence." "Of course. They are responsible for guarding the ancient seals used for opening the primordial realm, a dangerous realm crawling with criminals. But how are they related to your mission?" As an ancient seal holder himself, Liang Xiaosheng had to inquire. "Rumor is, there is a traitor amongst them, and they plan on opening the primordial realm." "What?" Liang Xiaosheng exclaimed in a shocked voice. "That's impossible. I am aware of how unbelievable it sounds, but that's what I was told, hence why I am down here to investigate the Azure Dragon family. Honestly, I was pretending to not know your identity at first so that I could watch you without arousing suspicion, but now that I am here, I realize there's a better way to do this. Liang Xiaosheng, one of 4 ancient seal holders, allow me to ask you. Do you still have your ancient seal on you? I want to see it." Yuan glared at him. Liang Xiaosheng swallowed nervously, and after a moment of silence, he inquired in a trembling voice, "I apologize for my impertinence, Dragon Emperor, but could you please share with me which family you belong to? Yuan narrowed his eyes and muttered in a cold voice, "You dare doubt my identity? I wouldn't dare. However, as an ancient seal holder, I cannot expose my ancient seal to anyone who doesn't have the authority, even if they are a dragon emperor. Please understand my position here, Your Majesty." The room fell silent as Yuan tried to think of a way out of this. Shit. Did I act a little too quickly? If I screw up here, hell know that I am a fake. If his identity becomes exposed, he would have to fight his way out of there and take the ancient seal by force, which he was confident in doing without much effort, but he did not want to harm Liang Xiaosheng and his family. Your Majesty. Liang Xiaosheng started doubting Yuan's identity. Fuck it. It's all or nothing. In the end, Yuan decided to take a gamble and responded in a confident voice, "I'm with the Shi family." The Shi family. Liang Xiaosheng's expression became filled with shock, his body frozen with fear. My deepest apologies. This foolish one did not fathom Your Majesty's affiliation with the venerable Shi family. Liang Xiaosheng immediately dropped to his knees and performed a series of kowtows. His reaction took Yuan by surprise. Does the Shi family also have influence in the Nine Heavens? He wondered about the extent of their authority and where the Shi family was located in the Nine Heavens. C1296 Acquiring the First Ancient Seal. Chapter 1296 Acquiring the First Ancient Seal. The Shi family. Who could have foreseen that an individual from that esteemed lineage would descend to this realm? Liang Xiaosheng cried inwardly. The Shi family resided exclusively in the Supreme Heaven, and they occupied a preeminent position among the dragon race. Though they didn't have a direct role in overseeing the four ancient seals, one of the clans under their authority held that responsibility. If the Shi family was forced to act, this issue with the traitor must be of significant magnitude. Liang Xiaosheng sighed inwardly before speaking, "I understand. If it's the Shi family, I will do everything in my power to assist you." He then retrieved his spatial ring and took out a metal box from within. The metal box looked ordinary at a glance, but it had several layers of powerful formations protecting it. Level 6, no. It's at least a level 7 formation. Yuan quickly understood that the formation was far more advanced than he had initially thought. It was not just a level 6 formation, it was at least level 7, if not higher. This realization meant that even if he had managed to take the metal box by force, he wouldn't have been able to open it until he became a level 7 array master or higher. Yuan looked at Liang Xiaosheng and wondered if he was a level 7 array master. However, to Yuan's surprise, Liang Xiaosheng took a different approach to unlocking the formation. Instead of using conventional methods, Liang Xiaosheng dripped several drops of his own blood onto the metal box. The metal box quickly absorbed his blood, causing the protective formation to unlock itself. Once all of the formations vanished, the metal box unfolded itself, revealing what appeared to be a metal piece of a puzzle inside. This is actually my first time seeing the ancient seal. What a unique appearance it has. Yuan muttered. It is only a piece of the full key, after all. Liang Xiaosheng did not find anything weird with Yuan's comment since the ancient seals rarely leave their holder's grasp. Your Majesty, what is the Shi family's plan regarding the traitor? Liang Xiaosheng suddenly asked. We still don't know the identity of the traitor, and for all I know, it could be you. Yuan shrugged. What? No way. I swear upon my bloodline that I am not the traitor. I would never dare, not even in my dreams. Liang Xiaosheng immediately declared. Unfortunately, I don't know that for sure. Therefore, the Shi family has decided to retrieve all ancient seals for the time being until everything is sorted. Retrieving all ancient seals. While Liang Xiaosheng understood the rationale behind the Shi family's decision, he couldn't help but find it astonishing, as it marked the first time an event of this magnitude had occurred. And I'll be honest with you. Yuan added, there's a good chance that the Shi family will decide to change the ancient seal holders as well as a precaution. Liang Xiaosheng nodded, that makes sense. I have been holding on to this ancient seal for over 20,000 years now. I thought I would be holding it until my last breath, but this is fine as well. I shall entrust it to you and the Shi family. Liang Xiaosheng offered the ancient seal to Yuan without any suspicion that he was being scammed. Thank you. Yuan accepted the ancient seal and stored it inside his dragon spatial ring. Now then, let's talk about the other matter. Huh? What other matter? Liang Xiaosheng raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. You forgot already? I'm talking about helping you improve your bloodline. Consider this as a gift for your assistance and because you didn't make things difficult for both of us. Liang Xiaosheng's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. Are you serious, Your Majesty? You're willing to help improve my bloodline? He didn't dare believe it. Yes, but to be honest with you, I am not 100% certain my idea will work, so it will only be an attempt. Yuan had no idea if his plan was feasible, but he wanted to give Liang Xiaosheng something in return for the ancient seal to ease his own guilt. Then, Liang Xiaosheng suddenly halted and closed his mouth with a pondering face. Is something wrong? Yuan asked. No, but I have a request for Your Majesty. Instead of improving this unworthy one's bloodline, can you help someone else? My granddaughter, her talent and future are better than mine, after all. Yuan nodded. I don't mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liang Xiaosheng's face immediately brightened with excitement. She's currently at her sect, but I'll tell her to return immediately. In the meantime, please enjoy the feast we've prepared for you. I appreciate the feast, but I don't like to be around people. That's perfectly fine. We can bring the food here for you. If that's the case. Yuan nodded. Servants showed up shortly after to replace some furniture before filling the room with food and drinks. Please enjoy yourself, Your Majesty. If you need anything, I will be waiting right outside this room. Liang Xiaosheng bowed before leaving the room since he knew that Yuan needed to take off his mask to consume the food. Once he was alone, Yuan removed his mask and began cleaning up the dishes. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaosheng contacted his son. I want Liang Qinru to come back immediately. Liang Dishan had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked, Father, don't tell me you're trying to give her to the Dragon Emperor? You fool. Do you honestly think the Shi family's Dragon Emperor would take an interest in someone from a branch family? He's way beyond our reach. Liang Xiaosheng lectured him. What? He's from the Shi family? Liang Dishan exclaimed in shock after learning of this information. If you understand the situation, hurry up and call her back. We cannot let him wait too long. I understand. I will immediately send someone to, go get her yourself. Liang Xiaosheng commanded. Liang Dishan didn't say anything else and immediately left the mansion. C1297 Spiritual Energy Outburst. Chapter 1297 Spiritual Energy Outburst. 1297 Spiritual Energy Outburst. Sometime after Liang Dishan left the mansion, he arrived at the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor, a secluded sect with fewer than 1,000 disciples. Despite their small number of disciples, the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor was an immense powerhouse within the third heaven. They were the most powerful sect and had the highest concentration of geniuses, true geniuses that have the capability to fight those at a much higher cultivation than themselves. The Heaven and Earth Grand Manor also had a presence in the upper heavens, which granted them connections and resources far beyond what other sects could hope to compare. All of the sect elders in the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor were spirit kings, with many of them being at the peak of Spirit King. Senior Liang, what can we do for you today? The sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor personally greeted Liang Dishan when he arrived. Where's my daughter? I need her to return home immediately, he said. The sect leader responded while shaking his head, unfortunately, disciple Liang just entered closed cultivation. If we disturb her now, it might affect her cultivation. Typically, when an individual goes into secluded cultivation, they stand at the precipice of a breakthrough, requiring utmost tranquility and forbearance of interruptions, as even the slightest disruption could bring irreparable harm to them. However, to the sect leader's shock, Liang Dishan said, I don't care. Bring her out. This is an emergency. Liang Qinru was the Liang family's priceless treasure. She had talents that hadn't been seen in their family for over 100,000 years, so they poured all of their efforts and resources into her. The thought of damaging her talents and her future was simply unthinkable, even if the chances of that happening were less than 1%, regardless of the emergency. Senior Liang, I don't want to sound rude, but it would be imprudent to interrupt her at this point. The sect leader sighed. I am well aware of the risks. However, this matter exceeds that. If you're not going to bring her out, I will personally do it myself. Liang Dishan exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. The sect leader sighed again, I understand. I'll go call her right now. Sometime after the sect leader left, the entire heaven and earth Grand Manor shook violently, almost as though it was hit by an earthquake. Furthermore, the atmosphere pulsated with an overwhelming reservoir of spiritual energy, an immense force that served as the true catalyst behind the earthquake. When Liang Dishan sensed the spiritual energy and recognized it as his daughter's spiritual energy, he gritted his teeth and clenched fists, his face filled with dread. Qinru, I'm sorry. He cried inwardly. The occurrence of a spiritual energy outburst in this manner typically signifies that someone's profound breakthrough has been prematurely disrupted, so the chances of Liang Qinru's breakthrough being interrupted were quite high. Liang Dishan's worst nightmare came true when the sect leader returned to him with a pale complexion. Where's my daughter? Liang Dishan asked with a deep frown. She's currently being treated for her injury. There's no way you didn't feel the disturbance just now. Because we interrupted her right before she had a breakthrough, she's currently experiencing immense backlash. If I hadn't prepared for this possibility beforehand and treated her the instant it happened, her cultivation would have been crippled. This is why I didn't want to disturb her. Liang Dishan rubbed his eyes and asked, how bad is it? Very bad, worst case scenario. That spiritual energy outburst just now was more than half of her cultivation base, so she's only a spirit lord now. It will take another 100 years for her to recover, and we still don't know if her talents have been affected by this incident. Heavens! Liang Dishan felt his knees weakening after hearing such news. Just what is this emergency, anyways? The sect leader asked. Liang Dishan refused to answer such a question. After all, if it was revealed that he risked Liang Qinru's cultivation in order for her to meet someone, his reputation would vanish instantly. After another hour, Liang Qinru's treatment was completed, and she was returned to Liang Dishan. At the sight of his daughter, her pale countenance and fragile demeanor sent Liang Dishan's heart plummeting. Qinru. Are you okay? He asked her. Do I appear fine to you? You disturbed my breakthrough, causing me to forfeit half of my cultivation. Just why did you come here? She bellowed in fury. Liang Dishan lapsed into silence, his response eluding him in the face of her anger. After a moment of silence, he muttered, let's go. Your grandfather is waiting for our return. No. I will not leave until you tell me what this emergency is. Liang Qinru sternly refused. Liang Dishan didn't say anything else and used his spiritual energy to carry her, forcing her to move. If Liang Qinru still had her original cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. I can't believe you. Just wait until I tell Grandpa about this. Liang Qinru was left baffled by his unreasonable treatment towards her, especially when he had always treated her like a princess. Sometime later, once things calmed down a little, Liang Qinru asked again, Father, what happened? Did something happen to the family? No, but something might if we don't return immediately. We have an important guest, and you're going to meet him. Liang Qinru's jaw dropped after hearing this news. You nearly cost me my life just so I could meet someone? Are you out of your mind? She cried out loud. He isn't just someone. He's a dragon emperor from the Shi family. He exclaimed. However, that didn't quell Liang Qinru's anger. I don't care if he's a dragon emperor or from the Shi family. How dare you sell me to another man? And you are the one who's always telling me to stay away from them. Nobody is trying to sell you. He just wants to meet you for some reason. But if he fancies you, it would greatly benefit our entire family and you. With his influence, he could easily compensate you for your injury today and more. Because they were in such a hurry, Liang Xiaosheng forgot to tell Liang Dishan their reason for wanting Liang Qinru. Are you listening to yourself? If you aren't trying to sell me, I don't know what is. This is why I didn't want to come. Liang Dishan sighed inwardly. C1298 Liang Qinru. Chapter 1298 Liang Qinru 1298 Liang Qinru. Eventually, Liang Dishan and Liang Qinru returned to their household. What took you so long? Liang Xiaosheng yelled at them on sight the moment they returned. Grandpa. Please help me. Father has gone crazy. Because of him, my breakthrough was disturbed and I experienced a spiritual energy outburst. My cultivation even dropped all the way to Spirit Lord because of the outburst. Liang Qinru immediately began begging for help. However, to her surprise, Liang Xiaosheng dismissed her complaints and said, "It's just a mere spiritual energy outburst. Your cultivation will eventually recover. However, this opportunity is a once-in-lifetime event. Quickly, come with me." Liang Qinru couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her grandfather, who treasured her more than even her father and was known to move heaven and earth at her slightest request, was dismissive about the injustice she'd experienced. Seeing how she wasn't moving, Liang Xiaosheng resolved to take matters into his own hands. He firmly seized her arm and proceeded to guide her away. As they approached the guest room that was occupied by Yuan, Liang Xiaosheng warned her, "When you meet the Dragon Emperor, make sure you don't say or do anything offensive, as that could literally cause the death of our entire family." Is this Dragon Emperor really that important? I can't believe you're going to sell me to him, she sighed with a distressed look on her face. If her cultivation base hadn't been harmed, she wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. What the hell are you talking about? Who said anything about selling you? Liang Xiaosheng frowned. Huh? Then why did you force me to come back? And why are you so desperate to let him see me if you're not trying to sell me? You foolish girl. Do you have any idea what kind of power a Dragon Emperor possesses? One from the Shi family, no less. The Dragon Emperor is a benevolent and charitable person, and he agreed to help you improve your bloodline. What? My bloodline? Liang Qinru's eyes widened with surprise. He was originally going to help me, but I requested for him to help you instead. After all, you're the most talented in our family with the brightest future. But the spiritual energy outburst could have affected my talents. That kind of minor setback will become irrelevant once your bloodline improves. Even if it increases by a single grade, your talents will soar to unimaginable heights, to levels that even if all of your talents are gone, it would still make you far stronger than before. Liang Qinru swallowed nervously after hearing such words that sounded quite exaggerated. Upon reaching their destination, Liang Xiaosheng issued one final caution, his voice weighted with concern. Please, remember not to take any action that might incur his displeasure. If he makes any requests of you, simply acknowledge them with a nod. He then knocked on the door and announced, "Your Majesty, my granddaughter, Liang Qinru, has arrived. We apologize for the delay. Qinru needed treatment after experiencing a spiritual energy outbreak because we disturbed her seclusion to rush her here, and she was in the midst of a breakthrough." Spiritual energy outbreak? Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this unfamiliar term. He wore his mask and opened the door a moment later. This is the Dragon Emperor. Why is he wearing a mask? Liang Qinru wondered to herself. "Qinru greets your Majesty," she said as she bowed her head in a respectful manner. "What happened to you?" Yuan inquired for more information. "I was in the middle of a breakthrough when my father came to get me. A spiritual energy outburst occurred when I lost my concentration, and I ended up losing more than half of my cultivation base." Liang Qinru explained, hoping to gain some sympathy from him. Sure enough, Yuan felt bad for her. That is truly an unfortunate incident. Since it was entirely Liang Dishan and Liang Xiaosheng's fault for rushing her return, Yuan didn't feel guilty about her incident. However, he definitely pitied her. Although I cannot return your lost cultivation, I can try to improve your bloodline. What do you say? My cultivation will eventually return, but improving my bloodline is a different story. If you could do such a thing for me, I would be forever grateful to your majesty. Liang Qinru raised her head, revealing her face to him. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw Liang Qinru's face, as she greatly resembled somebody that he knew. Dragon Goddess Yao? Although she looked much younger, Liang Qinru resembled Dragon Goddess Yao. Of course, it could be a coincidence. Yuan contemplated to himself. The other Azure Dragon family possessed the scale of Dragon Goddess Yao, which contained a fragment of her memories. With this revelation, the notion of a profound connection between the Azure Dragon family and Dragon Goddess Yao seemed increasingly plausible. Your Majesty, may I inquire if something is bothering you? Liang Xiaosheng asked when Yuan suddenly became silent. Yuan snapped out of his daze and said, No, I was just thinking about the process. Anyways, let's get this started. If there's anything you need for the ritual, our family will cover all of it. Liang Xiaosheng then said. Ritual? There's no need for a ritual. Yuan shook his head. Then how are you going to improve her bloodline? Liang Xiaosheng was quite puzzled, as it usually required a ritual to improve one's bloodline. You'll see in just a moment. Yuan gestured for them to enter the room behind him. Once they were all inside the room and closed it, Yuan picked up an empty cup from the table and began filling it with his blood. The grandfather and granddaughter duo watched with wide eyes. When the cup was nearly filled to the brim with his blood, Yuan offered it to Liang Qinru, who had a baffled look on her face. Noticing her hesitation, Yuan spoke with a chuckle, Don't worry, the cup is unused and clean. C1299 Cup of Blood. Chapter 1299 Cup of Blood 1299 Cup of Blood. Why, Your Majesty, just to confirm, you want me to drink your blood? Liang Qinru asked him in a nervous voice. Anyone would be hesitant if they are suddenly told to drink a cup of blood, especially when the blood belonged to a complete stranger. That's right. Yuan nodded, confirming her worries. Liang Qinru swallowed nervously as she stared at the cup of blood in silence. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept His Majesty's generous offering. Liang Xiaosheng urged her to accept the cup. And he said to her through divine sense, The blood of a dragon emperor is unfathomably pure. Our blood are no different than muddy water in comparison. If you consume his blood, there's a really good chance that your bloodline will improve. Even if it doesn't, his blood will definitely benefit you in many other ways. If I can get rid of him just by drinking some blood, then... Liang Qinru thought to herself. Thank you, Your Majesty. After resolving herself, Liang Qinru accepted the cup of blood and held it against her soft lips. A deep breath later, Liang Qinru tilted the cup and swallowed a mouthful of the blood. Liang Qinru, who had her eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, her pupils dilated with shock. Liang Xiaosheng noticed the look on her face and wondered what caused her to make such a surprised face. What in heaven's name is this flavor? Why is it so delicious? Liang Qinru exclaimed within her thoughts, her senses overwhelmed by the unprecedented gustatory delight. It was as if she had never experienced anything so delectable, akin to a starved soul savoring the most sumptuous of feasts for the very first time. And without any hesitation, she went for another mouthful. In the following moment, her body visibly trembled under the onslaught of the intense sensation coursing through her mouth and throat. After swallowing her third mouthful of blood, Liang Qinru could feel her entire being burning up, almost as though her blood was boiling. Though, she was too absorbed in the taste of Yuan's blood to notice the change in her body. However, as an observer, Liang Xiaosheng noticed her complexion turning red, looking as though she was getting extremely drunk, not to mention her eurific look. It was only when she inevitably emptied the cup that Liang Qinru snapped back into sense. Clang! Liang Qinru suddenly dropped the cup in her hands and fell to her knees. What is happening? My body is burning. My breath, I can't breathe. Liang Qinru began panicking. Calm yourself, Yuan said. That sensation is simply your bloodline undergoing a profound transformation. After all, he had experienced the same sensation during his bloodline's awakening. Upon hearing his words, Liang Qinru's panic subsided, and she gradually realized that, despite the fiery sensation coursing through her body, she was not in any actual pain but rather experiencing only mild discomfort. What are you doing? Hurry up and cultivate. Liang Xiaosheng suddenly reminded her. Liang Qinru immediately positioned herself in the lotus position and began cultivating. However, she wasn't cultivating to increase her cultivation. Instead, she was focused on the change occurring within her body and trying to maximize its effects. Yuan then said, "This will probably take a while. Let's go outside to avoid disturbing her." After exiting the room, Liang Xiaosheng immediately lowered his head and bowed to Yuan. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Words cannot express my gratitude to you, so if you need," Yuan raised a hand and interrupted, "don't worry about it. And seeing how everything worked out properly, I shall take my leave now." "Huh? You're leaving already? But Qinru still hasn't thanked you yet." "I'm sure she'll finish soon, too. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of work to do. Tell her to save her gratitude until our next meeting. I'm sure we'll meet again, too," Yuan said, refusing to stay there any longer. Liang Xiaosheng wanted Yuan to stay a little longer, but he also didn't want to be too bothersome, so he had no choice but to nod his head. "Then at least let me show you the way out." Omicron M. Yuan shook his head and said, "Someone needs to stay here to make sure she's not disturbed. We wouldn't want another spiritual energy outburst to happen to her, right? Then I'll take my leave now." Without letting Liang Xiaosheng say another word, Yuan turned around and walked away, quickly disappearing from Liang Xiaosheng's sight. Liang Xiaosheng made sure to bow to Yuan as he walked away, staying that way even long after he was gone. Liang Qinru would not come out of the room for many hours, 9 hours to be exact. Liang Xiaosheng guarded her room the entire time, making sure nobody could disturb her. After emerging from the room, Liang Qinru's foremost desire was to express her heartfelt gratitude to the Dragon Emperor. However, to her dismay, she was told that he had left long ago. "His Majesty departed shortly after you commenced your cultivation," Liang Xiaosheng relayed. "He also instructed me to convey a message to you: save your gratitude until your next meeting." "Our next meeting?" Liang Qinru muttered, her face suddenly turning red. "Anyways, how do you feel?" Liang Xiaosheng inquired about her condition a moment later. Liang Qinru clenched her fists and muttered, "My body is overflowing with strength even though my cultivation hasn't recovered a bit. I don't know how much my bloodline has improved, but I can say with certainty that I am currently stronger than I was before my spiritual energy outburst despite having a lower cultivation." That powerful? Liang Xiaosheng swallowed nervously after hearing such outrageous claims. "In fact, I can still feel my bloodline getting stronger as we speak. This is simply incomprehensible." Liang Qinru sighed, feeling a sense of awe. She looked at Liang Xiaosheng and asked, "By the way, His Majesty, what was his name?" "Huh?" Liang Xiaosheng made a weird face upon hearing her question, as it made him realize that he never asked for a name. C1300 Partaking in the Exile Recruitment. Chapter 1300 Partaking in the Exile Recruitment. 1300 Partaking in the Exile Recruitment. You don't know his name? I can't believe you'd make such an embarrassing mistake, Grandpa. Liang Qinru was livid after learning of this information. What? Is there really a need to know his name? We know he's a dragon emperor from the Shi family, isn't that good enough? How many dragon emperors do you think exist in the 9 heavens, much less from the Shi family? Liang Xiaosheng defended himself. That's... Liang Qinru couldn't argue with his logic. Anyways, let's get your bloodline tested. If it's good enough, I'll immediately contact the main branch and see if they will be willing to accept your transfer. Okay. Liang Qinru hoped that her bloodline had reached the main branch's standards, as that would allow her to move to the upper heavens, where she could meet the Dragon Emperor again. Meanwhile, after leaving the Azure Dragon family's territory, Yuan flew straight toward the nearest city, where he logged off upon arrival. After logging off, Yuan went to find Mei Feng, who was just finishing up her daily cleaning. I need some help regarding the 10 great families. Do you know where their recruitment is being held? Yuan asked, as he decided to deal with them before ascending to the 4th heaven. As far as I am aware, one needs to contact them by phone and answer some questions before they are given the location, Mei Feng said. To root out those without an exile, Yuan mumbled to himself. Would you like me to give them a call? Mei Feng then asked. I will call them myself since they'll most likely be asking questions only those with an exile could answer. I understand. Give me a minute. After receiving the recruitment's phone number, Yuan immediately gave them a call. Hello, thank you for contacting us. Before we begin the recruitment, please answer this question. What is an exile? The person on the other side of the phone asked Yuan. To filter out players who might attempt to contact them without possessing an exile, the recruitment process incorporated a straightforward question, serving as a method to identify and discern such individuals. Certainly, the answer could be obtained by individuals without an exile, but the effectiveness was enough for the recruitment. Exiles are criminals that have been banished to the primordial realm. Thank you. My name is David, and I will be your recruiter for today. We will now begin the recruitment process. To start things off, where are you currently located in? Just the realm is enough. I'm currently in the 3rd heaven. Perfect. Then what is your cultivation? Yuan had to ponder for a few seconds before responding, 9th level Spirit Grandmaster. My. So you're a top player? David uttered in surprise. The top players are only Spirit Grandmasters? Yuan sighed inwardly as the realization dawned upon him that the top players were merely Spirit Grandmasters. Being a player with minimal interaction with the broader player base, Yuan's understanding of their world was essentially zero. It's all thanks to my exile, Yuan said a moment later. Of course. The difference between players with an exile and those without is akin to heaven and earth. David was fully convinced that Yuan had an exile by his side now. Let's move on to the next question, and please be as detailed as possible when answering the next few questions. Where and when did you meet your exile? In addition to recruitment, the 10 great families also took this opportunity to learn more about exiles in hopes of finding more of them. After pondering for a moment, Yuan calmly answered, I met my exile about half a year ago near South Wing City in 2nd Heaven. How did you meet? She found me when I was lost. What condition did you have to meet before being accepted by the exile? Condition? Yuan raised an eyebrow at this question, as he doesn't recall fulfilling any condition. Eventually, he made a guess and said, I had to entertain her. Can you be a little more specific? What kind of entertainment? She was bored, so I hunted some magical beasts for her. Contemplating these questions, Yuan found himself pondering how other players encountered their exiles and whether they had undergone specific quests to secure approval. After all, it seemed inconceivable that any exile would willingly accept a weak player as their master, considering the potential impact on the fulfillment of their legacy. What grade is your exile? David then asked. Yuan contemplated for a moment whether he should answer properly, but considering how much had overestimated the players before, he eventually decided to give a fake answer. What was before divine grade, again? She's a Lord grade servant, Yuan answered. Wow. Lord grade. Your exile must be exceptionally powerful. David expressed his awe so clearly it could be visualized through the phone. Out of curiosity, what grades are the other exiles? Yuan asked. They are mostly elite grade. Out of the dozens of players we have recruited, you're the 3rd one to have a Lord grade exile. Such sensitive information is typically kept a secret, but David wanted to recruit Yuan no matter what after learning that his exile was Lord grade. I see, Yuan expected most exiles to be Lord grade if not divine grade like Xiao Hua, so he was greatly surprised to hear that most of them were only elite grade. How could there be such a huge difference? What determines their grades? Their strength, or their potential? David continued asking questions shortly after. What is your player ID? Xiaoyang. Is that your real name as well? Yes. Eventually. Thank you for taking the time to answer our questions. This marks the end of the first part of the recruitment. For the next part of the recruitment, you will need to show up at a specific location in Cultivation Online with your Exile, where another player with an Exile will confirm the identity of your Exile. Will you be able to make it there right now? It's located at Enchanted Bamboo Forest near Yoke City. I can make my way there now. Great. Please call this number when you've arrived. David said before giving him another phone number. C1301 Majestic Pill Pavilion. Chapter 1301 Majestic Pill Pavilion. 1301 Majestic Pill Pavilion. After hanging up the phone, Yuan sat there in silence and pondered how he should act accordingly. Since he had an Exile, there wasn't any need to worry about failing the recruitment. However, his face is quite renowned after his announcement half a year ago, so most players out there have probably memorized his face by now. I could go to the recruitment wearing a mask, but that'd be a little suspicious. Even if I transformed myself, there's a decent chance that I'd be recognized. Suddenly, Yuan recalled the existence of a certain pill that could change his outer appearance and decided to disguise himself for his recruitment. Now that he's dealt with his problem, he has to worry about Xiaohua. Even without much knowledge of the other Exiles, he would be willing to bet his life that Xiaohua was unique and that not many other Exiles were as small and young as her. He was also pretty sure that Xionglu had warned the others of Xiaohua, who killed Zhaohui, so they would all be alerted the moment they saw her. Can the pills also make her taller? Yuan wondered inwardly, as he was only aware of the pill's capability to alter one's facial features. In the end, not wanting to overthink it, he decided to think about Xiaohua's disguise after getting his hands on some appearance-altering pills. Normally, he'd go to phone Yuxiang for such an issue, but because of her condition, he would have to find other ways to acquire the pills. After returning to, Yuan immediately went around asking people about stores that sold pills. The Majestic Pill Pavilion will have all of your pill needs. There's a small branch in this city, but if you're willing to make the trip, there's a major store in the Western Owl City that will sell almost all pills one can imagine. Can I travel to the Western Owl City through the teleportation device? Yuan asked. Of course, but it'll cost you a good amount. Thank you. Yuan decided to check out the branch store first. The branch store was smaller than Yuan had envisioned. The interior was barely large enough to fit a dozen people inside at once, and there was only one person working at the desk. Welcome to the Majestic Pill Pavilion. How can I help you? The worker there asked when Yuan approached the desk. Do you have any pills that can change one's appearance? Appearance-altering pills, huh? They are quite rare, so we don't carry any here. If you want to buy them, you'll have to go to the main branch at Western Owl City. In the end, Yuan had to travel to the Western Owl City. Half an hour later, Yuan arrived at Western Owl City and the Majestic Pill Pavilion. This place is ridiculously huge. Yuan was baffled at the sight of the colossal building that spanned an entire block and towered with 40 floors. The place looked more like a royalty's apartment building than a store. Having seldom relied on pills in his journey, Yuan possessed limited knowledge when it came to the intricacies of the pill market. In the world of cultivation, pills stand as an indispensable resource for both cultivators and mortals alike. Whether sought for medicinal purposes or to enhance one's cultivation, pills often take precedence over treasures due to their abundance and effectiveness. Yuan entered the building shortly after. The first floor consisted mostly of reception desks and information boards for the other floors. Thank you for waiting. Here is your order, Senior Huang. The worker handed a box of pills to the customer. On the first floor, ordinary customers could order pills and pick them up at a later date. If one wanted a specific pill, they could find them at the information board, where hundreds of jade slips could be found hanging. Each jade slip contained information regarding all of the available pills in the store and which floor they could be found on. After looking through the jade slip, Yuan found the appearance-altering pills on the 7th floor. However, something else intrigued him. On the 35th to the 37th floor, there were alchemy classes being taught. The 35th floor is meant for beginners with less than 10 years of experience. The 36th floor is meant for intermediate alchemists with less than 100 years of experience. Last but not least, advanced alchemists with over 100 years of experience go to the 37th floor. Surprisingly, these alchemy classes were free, so Yuan could enter without paying a single coin. However, the classes are taught only once a month. Oh. There are classes in session today on the 35th floor. Yuan pondered, taking a peek inside briefly after he finished with his shopping. Sometime later, he arrived on the 7th floor, and he immediately walked to the nearest empty desk. "Hello, what kind of pills are you looking to buy today?" The worker, a handsome young man, greeted him with a bright smile. "Appearance-altering pills." "Certainly. They are currently 25 spirit stones each. How many would you like to purchase?" 100 spirit stones? That's 100,000 gold coins for a single pill. Yuan cried inwardly after hearing the price. Fortunately, he was pretty rich. "I'll take 2. Despite his immense wealth, Yuan only bought what was necessary. "Oh, can these pills alter one's height?" he then asked. "Unfortunately, they can only alter your facial features. Only the grand appearance-altering pills can achieve full-body alteration. Those are 1,000 spirit stones each, but even cultivators at Spirit Enlightenment won't be able to see through your disguise." Yuan's eyes widened at the price, and he asked, "What about the appearance-altering pills? Who will be able to tell the difference?" "They will work against spirit lords at best, but even then, if someone is experienced with disguises, they would be able to tell even if they are only a spirit grandmaster," the worker explained. "The exiles at the recruitment will mostly be spirit kings, so that would render the ordinary appearance-altering pills pointless." "Okay, I'll take 2 grand appearance-altering pills instead." Yuan handed over 2,000 spirit stones. "Thank you. I will bring them to you right away," the young man said before disappearing into one of many back rooms on that floor. C1302 Alchemy Flames. Chapter 1302 Alchemy Flames. 1302 Alchemy Flames. The young man returned with a small wooden box a few minutes later. He opened it before Yuan to show the 2 red pills resting inside. "Please confirm the product." Grand Appearance Altering Pill, Tier 4, Purity, 81%, Effects, alters one's appearance. Will last for 6 hours. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Xiaosheng. Limit: once every 6 hours, Grand Appearance Altering Pill, Tier 4, Purity, 87%, Effects, alters one's appearance. Will last for 6 hours. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Huang Li. Limit: once every 6 hours, I have confirmed it, Yuan said as he accepted the wooden box, tossing it inside his spatial ring. "Is there anything else that I can help you with?" "No, this is all. Thank you." Yuan walked away, making his way to the 35th floor to take a glimpse of their class. Upon arriving at the 35th floor, Yuan was greeted by a large door with 2 spirit lord guards. "I'd like to experience the alchemy class," Yuan said to the guards as he approached them. The guards silently inspected him for a moment before nodding their heads. Yuan opened the door and entered the massive room. The room's interior, devoid of decorations and furniture for space efficiency, housed over 500 people at a glance. They sat in silence, attentively observing a middle-aged woman on a platform at the room's end as she skillfully concocted pills. Yuan took a seat at an empty spot and used his divine sense to take a closer look at the concoction. Since he watched Wang Xiaoying concoct pills before, he understood the basics and the middle-aged woman's current progression. Since she's still melting the ingredients, she must have just started. 3 hours later. She's still melting the ingredients? It took Wang Xiaoying only an hour to finish. Yuan wondered if the pill being created was much more powerful than the Tier 2 pill Wang Xiaoying had concocted. Eventually, after waiting 4 whole hours, the alchemist on the stage intensified the strength of her alchemy flames, causing it to dance vigorously. Several more minutes later, the alchemist opened the cauldron, releasing a cloud of dark smoke and revealing the completed pill. Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 91%, Effects, restores spiritual energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Mingyi. Limit: once every hour. It's only a Tier 1 pill? Even the purity is worse than the Tier 2 pill concocted by Wang Xiaoying. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Does this mean Wang Xiaoying was already more skillful than this pill expert half a year ago? This pill expert is a spirit lord, too. While Yuan was disappointed by the results, the rest of the audience there were filled with awe and cheered like fans during a concert. I hope you all paid attention to my demonstration just now. If you have a cauldron and would like to try to concoct the pill yourself, we have the ingredients over there. I will be going around to instruct you as well. The middle-aged woman said. Hearing this, multiple people there brought out their cauldron. Yuan wanted to try concocting a pill, but he did not have any alchemy flames. I still have the cauldron I bought with Wang Xiaoying, but I don't have the alchemy flames needed to concoct pills. If I really want to, this store sells alchemy flames on the 38th and 39th floors. After pondering for a moment, Yuan left the 35th floor and made his way to the 38th floor. Hello, are you looking to purchase alchemy flames? A pretty young woman beckoned him when she noticed him looking around. Yuan nodded as he approached the young woman. Do you have any alchemy flames meant for beginners? He asked. Of course. What type of alchemy flames are you looking for? How many types are out there? Sorry, I'm really new to this. Don't worry about it, we've all been there. The young woman chuckled, and she continued, anyways, there are 3 main types of alchemy flames: spirit, tranquil, and neutral. Spirit-type alchemy flames are fierce and vicious in nature. They are extremely powerful and require minimal spiritual energy to maximize their strength, making them the most powerful type of alchemy flames. However, because of their viciousness, they are also extremely hard to control, so only those with peak talents or vast experience would use this type of flames. Meanwhile, tranquil-type alchemy flames are the complete opposite of spirit-type. They are calm and gentle in nature, so they will be much easier to control. Unfortunately, they are not as powerful as spirit types and will require much more spiritual energy than spirit types to achieve the same results. This is the most popular type of flames for beginners, but most of them quickly change to the other types after gaining some experience. Last but certainly not least, we have neutral type, also known as ordinary alchemy flames. Just as its name implies, they have a neutral nature. They are neither calm nor vicious, placed right between spirit type and tranquil type with a perfect balance of power and control. Most experienced alchemists favor this type. In fact, the vast majority of alchemists use this type of flame. Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding, he'll choose tranquil type. Since he has an immense supply of spiritual energy, he won't have to worry about the inefficiency of such flames, and as a beginner, he should use something easy to manage. I understand. Here is a list of all available tranquil-type alchemy flames for sale. The first 3 pages are meant for beginners, so you don't have to look past that. The young woman handed him a thin book with about 5 pages. Yuan nodded and started looking through the book. Although 3 pages sounded a lot at first, once he looked at the book, there were only 6 names per page. However, when he saw the prices for these beginners' alchemy flames, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. 1. Nameless Tranquil Flames, 10 million Spirit Stones. 2. Azure Jade, 370 million Spirit Stones. 3. Soothing Heavens, 450 million Spirit Stones. 4. Blue Fate, 490,500,000 Spirit Stones. 5. Royal Sea, 585 million Spirit Stones. 6. perfect silver, 700 million spirit stones. Holy fuck. Why the hell are they so expensive? He cried inwardly. C1303 Creating Alchemy Flames. Chapter 1303 Creating Alchemy Flames. 1303 Creating Alchemy Flames. The prices for the alchemy flames were so outrageously expensive that Yuan doubted if his eyes were working properly. Am I seeing this right? 1, 2, 3, 9 digits? Why the hell do these alchemy flames cost so much? Yuan had to count the digits 2 times before he could believe what he was seeing. After confirming the prices, Yuan noticed the other information written beside each alchemy flame. 2. Azure Jade, 370 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by pill demoness Li Hua 3 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Azure Jade will automatically gain a 30% increased effect. Recovery pills will gain an additional 10% increased effect. 3. Soothing Heavens, 450 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Heavenly Soldier by Long 900,000 years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Soothing Heavens will automatically gain a 35% increased effect. Strengthening pills will also gain an additional 1% purity. For Blue Fate, 490,500,000 spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Ice Fairy Wooing 5 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Blue Fate will automatically gain a 35% increased effect. All pills have a 5% chance of gaining an additional 15% increased effect. 5. Royal Sea, 585 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Princess of the Sea Lu Hai 11 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Blue Fate will automatically gain a 40% increased effect. When concocting pills near the sea, gain an additional 2% purity. 6. Perfect Silver, 700 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Silver Emperor Jin Boang 7 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Perfect Silver will automatically gain a 40% increased effect. There is a 1% chance to duplicate all completed pills. As Yuan read the additional effects granted by the alchemy flames, he started to understand why they are so astronomically expensive. When the young woman saw Yuan's surprised expression, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Named alchemy flames are very expensive due to their scarcity. How does one discover named alchemy flames? Yuan then asked. Named alchemy flames are simply special alchemy flames with unique properties. They can be found anywhere in the world, and when they are discovered for the first time, the individual who discovered it may give it a name. Are named alchemy flames one of kind? Certainly not. Most named alchemy flames have identical duplicates. In fact, the ones we have for sale at the moment exist elsewhere. However, certain alchemy flames are considered one of kind, as only one has ever been discovered to this day. If I recall correctly, there are exactly 10 one-of-kind named alchemy flames in existence at the moment. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, if I were to acquire nameless alchemy flames today, would it be difficult to change it in the future? No, but you will need to learn how to control your new flames from scratch. Some experts also carry more than a single type of alchemy flame. After learning all of this information about alchemy flames, Yuan pondered if he should spend 10 million spirit stones just to try out alchemy. While I have plenty of wealth after looting the Nameless Emperor's tomb, it's not as though I have any spirit stones on me since I still need to sell the treasures. He had planned on selling the ancient grade treasures he took from the Nameless Emperor's tomb in the fourth heaven since there is more wealth in that place compared to the third heaven. Besides buying them, are there any other methods to acquiring alchemy flames? Yuan suddenly asked. Of course. Most nameless alchemy flames are not found in the wild but created by alchemists, you know. Really? The young woman nodded and said, if you want to try creating your own alchemy flames, we can sell you the method to do so. It'll only cost 100 spirit stones. Huh? Why is it so cheap? Yuan was surprised when he heard about the low price. While this method is public information, it's not something you can learn by going around asking people. Also, not everyone has the capability to create their own alchemy flames. Only 1 in 100,000 people have such talent. I'd like to purchase the method. Yuan decided a moment later. Okay, give me a second. The young woman reached underneath her desk and retrieved a thin book. She handed it to him after being paid 100 spirit stones. We have seclusion rooms on the 20th floor if you wish to use them. The young woman said afterward. By the way, how long does it usually take to create alchemy flames? Yuan asked. If you have the talent, it won't take more than several minutes. I see, thank you for all the help. Yuan made his way to the 20th floor shortly after. Upon arriving, he was greeted by several hallways with multiple closed doors in each hallway. Are you looking to use a room? A worker there approached Yuan a moment later. Yes. That will be 5 spirit stones for 30 minutes with a limit of 2 hours per person. How long do you intend on staying? 30 minutes should be enough. I understand. Please, follow me. The worker proceeded to lead Yuan to one of the available rooms. After paying 5 spirit stones, Yuan entered the room. The second the door closed, a timer appeared on the blank wall. 29:59. Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately started studying the book. After memorizing the entire content in less than a minute, Yuan closed his eyes and began following the instructions on creating his own alchemy flame. Alchemy flames are essentially highly condensed spiritual energy. Just like air, when compressed enough, their temperature rises. However, that is just the basic logic behind it. Actual alchemy flames are on a completely different level. As he sat on the floor in the lotus position, Yuan positioned his hands to face each other with a few inches between them, almost like he was preparing to clap them. Within a few seconds, Yuan sensed a warm sensation enveloping his palms. This warmth steadily intensified until, eventually, a small ball of flame materialized between his hands. C1304 Yuan's Alchemy Flame. Chapter 1304 Yuan's Alchemy Flame. 1304 Yuan's Alchemy Flame. The tiny ball of flame materialized by Yuan was a beautiful golden color, but it was so small that even the weakest wind could blow it out of existence. Fortunately, the alchemy flame was only half completed, so there was still more work to be done. As Yuan continued to compress his spiritual energy and add it to the existing flame, the golden alchemy flame gradually grew larger and larger. Over time, the alchemy flame expanded, growing to a size comparable to that of an apple. Ding! A familiar sound resounded inside Yuan's head, causing him to open his eyes. Alchemy Expert. Description: all pills concocted by the user will have an increased 10% effect. Summon Alchemy Flame. Rank: Heaven, Mastery Level 1. Description: allows the user to materialize alchemy flames. Consumes chi every second. Nameless Alchemy Flame. Grade: Tier 1. Growth rate: very fast. Effects: not applicable. Description: created by player Yuan. Yuan stopped compressing his spiritual energy after seeing that had successfully created his alchemy flames. At a glance, his alchemy flame seemed ordinary, but Yuan noticed that his alchemy flame had a growth rate that also existed in his soul weapons. This indicated that his alchemy flame would very likely grow stronger the more he used it. However, even though he acquired his own alchemy flames, he did not have any techniques to control the flame, as that was a different thing entirely. Yuan pondered for a moment before he recalled a certain technique that had learned near the beginning of his journey. Heavenly Fire Control. Rank: Mortal, Mastery Level 1. Description: consumes 10 chi per second. Allows you to control and adjust the temperatures of regular fire with your spiritual energy. It was a technique he had purchased along with 2 other cooking skills, yet until today, he had never found an opportunity to put it into practice. But can I use a technique meant for controlling regular fire to control alchemy flames? Yuan wondered as he read the description. Since it wouldn't hurt to try, that was exactly what he did the following moment. Summon Alchemy Flames. Heavenly Fire Control. After summoning his alchemy flame, he attempted to control it using Heavenly Fire Control. It seemed pointless at first when the alchemy flames refused to budge, but Yuan did not stop trying, as he was receiving more notifications. Omicron M. Eventually, Yuan could move his alchemy flame using heavenly fire control. Once his mastery level increased, Yuan found it possible to control his alchemy flame, but it was only barely enough to make it move left and right a few inches. As Yuan continued using the technique, his comprehension grew rapidly, and his control over the alchemy flame got better and better. Possibly due to heavenly fire control being a mortal rank technique and Yuan using it on something as profound as alchemy flames, its mastery level surged dramatically. Within minutes of using the technique, Yuan maxed out its mastery level, and his control over the alchemy flames reached the point where he could raise or lower its temperature and transform its shape at will. This should be good enough to concoct pills, Yuan muttered to himself before leaving the room and making his way back to the 35th floor. Once he returned to the room, he approached the middle-aged woman, who was currently lecturing another individual. "What do you want?" She looked at him after finishing her business with the other individual. "I'd like to try concocting pills as well," he said. The alchemist proceeded to point at the ingredients by the wall and said, "Go help yourself." "Thank you." After receiving permission, Yuan went to grab some of the ingredients. Fortunately for him, who didn't know the proper ratio of ingredients, there were instructions available by the ingredients. 3 pieces of spirit herb, a gram of ginseng powder, 3 grams of spirit dust, and a tablespoon of echinacea powder. After gathering all of the ingredients listed, Yuan went to an empty space in the room and summoned his cauldron. He sat before it and closed his eyes to recall not the performance done by the middle-aged woman but what he saw from Wang Xiaoying's performance. Once he was satisfied, Yuan took a deep breath and summoned his alchemy flame, engulfing the bottom half of the cauldron in his golden flames. When Yuan summoned his alchemy flame, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but divert their attention toward his distinctive golden flame. In contrast to the usual colors, Yuan's alchemy flame gleamed in bright gold, leading them to speculate that he possessed a named alchemy flame. "Look at that! Such powerful flames! He must possess named alchemy flames. What kind of alchemy flame is that? Does anyone know? I only know of 2 other golden-colored named alchemy flames, but even they are not as beautiful and colorful as this." The commotion in the room caught the attention of the middle-aged woman, and upon spotting Yuan's flame, she abruptly halted her activities. Intrigued, she made her way toward him, eager to inspect his alchemy flame up close. "What kind of alchemy flame is this? I have never seen such a bold color before." She had a deep frown on her face as she pondered. C1305 Damaged Pill. Chapter 1305 Damaged Pill. 1305 Damaged Pill. Could this be the Tier 7 named Alchemy Flame Golden Lion's Pride? No, the color is slightly different, and there's no way a beginner would be using a Tier 7 Alchemy Flame. The middle-aged woman was perplexed by Yuan's alchemy flame. The reason she and everyone there mistook Yuan's nameless alchemy flame for a named alchemy flame was because of its vibrant and unique color. All nameless alchemy flames had the same color with slight variation depending on its type. Nameless spirit-type alchemy flames have an orange-red color. Nameless tranquil-type alchemy flames have a light seafoam color. As for nameless neutral-type alchemy flames, they were simply grayish in color. Any color distinct from the 3 common colors likely indicated a named alchemy flame, and Yuan's golden flames did not align with the characteristics of the nameless varieties. While everyone in the room was fixated on his alchemy flame, Yuan was focused on his pill concoction. Once his cauldron was hot enough, he tossed all of the ingredients into it and closed the lid. Utilizing his divine sense, Yuan could perceive every minute detail transpiring within the cauldron, even with its lid closed. As his alchemy flame blazed fervently, the ingredients within the cauldron swiftly melted, almost too quickly. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and he's already melted all of the ingredients. If he melts the ingredients too quickly, their quality will degrade, and the pill will come out damaged. The middle-aged woman shook her head inwardly at Yuan's beginner's mistake. Although it was possible to speed up the melting process, it would require immense talent and experience to ensure that none of the ingredients were damaged in the process. However, anyone could tell that Yuan was a complete newbie at alchemy, as he was simply just blazing through the melting process with raw power. Having melted the ingredients, Yuan promptly proceeded to the subsequent step, crafting its distinctive round shape while simultaneously solidifying the substance by lowering the temperature of his flames without weakening the flames. What? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened with shock when she witnessed Yuan's seemingly perfect control over the temperature of his flames. He's clearly a novice, yet his mastery over the flames is exceptional. Lowering the flame temperature almost instantly, something I struggle with, and he's accomplishing it effortlessly, as if it's second nature. Not only did he lower its temperature rapidly, but he had done so while keeping the flame's shape and intensity the same. Even if given 1,000 years to practice, most people would not achieve anywhere near such perfect control. Just who is this guy? A few more minutes later, Yuan deactivated his flames and removed the cauldron's lid, releasing a dark cloud of smoke. When he retrieved the pill from the cauldron and saw its condition, Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The pill looked nothing like how had expected. It was smaller than it should, and there were cracks all over it. Damaged Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 97%, Effects, Restores Spiritual Energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. 90% Reduced Effect. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by player Yuan. Even though it came out damaged, the purity was surprisingly high. Let me see your pill. The middle-aged woman suddenly said. Yuan nodded and gave her the damaged pill. It's damaged, but the purity is ridiculously high. How did he even manage to make such a thing? The middle-aged woman was greatly surprised by the outcome of the pill, mostly because of its high purity. One contributing factor to the usual lengthy process of melting ingredients lies in the dual task of not only liquefying them but also purifying the inherent impurities within, so it didn't make any sense for Yuan's damaged pill to have such a high purity when he melted the ingredients in such a short time. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. The high purity must be an effect of his named alchemy flame. If he can concoct a damaged pill with such high purity, one can only imagine the results of a properly concocted pill. She turned to look at Yuan and spoke. Do you know why it came out damaged? Hastening through the melting process without sufficient experience inflicts harm upon the ingredients, culminating in a damaged pill. I guess I did rush through it a little. Can I try again? Yuan acknowledged that he was indeed a little impatient. Go ahead. There are plenty of ingredients left. The middle-aged woman gestured. As Yuan stood up and went to grab more ingredients, the middle-aged woman retrieved a communication jade slip and activated it. Senior, I think you should come to the 35th floor. There's a really interesting fellow here. Omicron M. She received a response a moment later. If this turns out to be a waste of time, you'll compensate with 1,000 Tier 4 pills. Of course. When Yuan returned to his cauldron, the middle-aged woman stopped him and said, Wait a minute. Someone will be coming to watch you. Yuan raised an eyebrow, but he decided to not question it. Sometime later, an old woman entered the room. When the people inside noticed her presence, they were all greatly shocked. It's Pill Grandmaster Zhao. The only Pill Grandmaster in the third heaven. What is someone like her doing here? The people there were greatly baffled by her appearance. They wanted to greet her, but nobody there dared to approach her, as her status was simply too high for them. Pill Grandmaster Zhao directly approached the middle-aged woman who summoned her. Ma Qingyun, I hope you're prepared to spend the rest of the year concocting pills for me, she said with a cold smile. The middle-aged woman, Ma Qingyun, smiled and said, You haven't even seen anything yet, master. She then gestured at Yuan and continued, He's the one. Pill Grandmaster Zhao turned to look at Yuan and his cauldron for a brief moment before sighing out loud, What a waste of time. C1306 Expert in Disguise. Chapter 1306 Expert in Disguise. 1306 Expert in Disguise, you may begin now. Ma Qingyun said to Yuan shortly after Pill Grandmaster Zhao arrived at the scene. Yuan nodded and immediately summoned his alchemy flame. What? Pill Grandmaster Zhao nearly stumbled back in surprise at the sight of Yuan's golden flames. Her eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Yet, it wasn't just the golden hue that astonished her the most, it was the exceptional purity of the flames. I have never seen such pure alchemy flames before. Does his body not contain any impurities? That shouldn't be possible for someone his age and that level of cultivation. A smile appeared on Ma Qingjian's face when she saw Pill Grandmaster Zhao's reaction to Yuan's alchemy flame. I knew it was the right call to summon you, she chuckled inwardly. However, Ma Qingyun suddenly frowned when she saw what Yuan was doing in the cauldron. This little. I just told him that rushing the melting process will only result in a damaged pill, but he's still doing it. Ma Qingyun wondered if Pill Grandmaster Zhao's presence had anything to do with it. After all, anyone would be nervous if they were being watched by the best alchemist in the third heaven. As for Pill Grandmaster Zhao, she wasn't even paying attention to the pill concoction and was solely focused on Yuan's alchemy flames, almost as though she was bewitched by its beauty. The purity is perfect, but now that I am looking at it closely, this alchemy flame, it's almost as though it was formed very recently. Pill Grandmaster Zhao didn't think for a second that Yuan was responsible for forming the alchemy flame and thought that he had gotten extremely lucky with acquiring a newly formed alchemy flame. Meanwhile, Yuan was completely focused on melting the ingredients. Contrary to Ma Qingjian's thought, he was not pressured by Pill Grandmaster Zhao's presence. In fact, she was no different than the other people in the room. And while it may seem like he was rushing to melt the ingredients, Yuan was actually taking his time to melt the ingredients. In the end, instead of taking 10 minutes to melt the ingredients, it took him an incredible 20 minutes to finish, twice as long as before. He removed the lid afterward, releasing a cloud of dark smoke. What? He's already finished? Pill Grandmaster Zhao was taken aback when he suddenly took away the golden flames. There's no way. He's only a beginner, right? Yuan retrieved the pill a moment later. Flawless Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 100%, Effects, Restores Spiritual Energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. 50% increased effect. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by player Yuan. A smile appeared on Yuan's face when he saw the condition of the pill. It did not have a single crack on it, and the surface was as smooth as a pearl. Let me see that pill. Ma Qingyun exclaimed and hastily took the pill from Yuan's grasp before he could even respond. After inspecting the pill, Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously and thought to herself, a flawless pill? He concocted a flawless pill in less than half an hour? Even if it's only a Tier 1 pill, this isn't something I can achieve. She turned to look at Yuan with a doubtful gaze as she was suspicious of his identity. Is he really a beginner? No, there's no way. He's definitely an expert. Now that I think about it, there's no way a beginner would have a named alchemy flame. Ma Qingyun became filled with anger when she came to this realization. I've been fooled. This fucking bastard. How dare he humiliate me before my master? Right as Ma Qingyun prepared to curse at Yuan in an outburst, Pill Grandmaster Zhao took the pill from Ma Qingjian's grasp without uttering a word and began to inspect it. A moment later, she looked at Yuan and spoke, "You little brat, are you really a beginner? Did you come here to show off?" Yuan raised his eyebrows and responded with an innocent expression, "I am a beginner. In fact, I am concocting pills for the first time in my life today." For the first time. Ma Qingyun nearly puked blood after hearing such an outrageous claim. If one could achieve such godlike results on their first day of practice, everyone would be an alchemy god after practicing for less than a decade. Is that so? However, to everyone's surprise, despite Yuan's outrageous claim, Pill Grandmaster Zhao seemed to believe his words. "What's your name?" she suddenly asked. "Yuan." "Then, Yuan, want to become my disciple? I'll mold you into the best alchemist in this world in less than a year, no. I can guarantee you that you will surpass me in half a year." "Master?" Ma Qingyun was shocked to the core after hearing such words. Don't tell me you actually believe in his lies? There's no way a beginner would be able to concoct a flawless pill on their first day, much less in such a short amount of time. Pill Grandmaster Zhao sneered, although I may not have seen the concoction process because I was absorbed by his alchemy flames, I saw enough to make a sound judgment. A pill master can disguise their skill by purposefully messing up their pills, but they will have an incredibly hard time disguising their behavior and habits. While this young man exhibited incredible, even perfect, control over his flames, his application was wholly novice, as if devoid of any prior experience. And despite the flawless result of the pill, his handling of the ingredients and post-treatment of the pill itself was straight trash. Most of all, I cannot sense the aura of an expert from him no matter what. If he's actually an expert in disguise, he'll quit being alchemy. No way. Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously. Don't worry, I am really a beginner. Yuan suddenly said as he stood up. The only reason I even have a cauldron is because I use it for body tempering. And he continued, as for your offer, sorry, but I will have to refuse. Hearing his response, Pill Grandmaster Zhao narrowed her eyes at him, which may seem threatening to others, but Yuan didn't get such a feeling at all from her. C1307 Grand Appearance Altering Pill. Chapter 1307 Grand Appearance Altering Pill. 1307 Grand Appearance Altering Pill. What is your reason for refusing? Do you know who I am? Pill Grandmaster Zhao asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan shook his head. I don't, but judging by how everyone reacted to your presence, I'm willing to bet that you're someone influential. As for my reason for refusing to be your disciple, I just don't have the time right now. And he continued, to be honest, I came here on a whim and don't have any intention to learn alchemy seriously for now. On a whim. Ma Qingyun nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing such words. How can someone like that have so much talent? The heavens are unjust, she sighed inwardly. Pill Grandmaster Zhao frowned and said, how can you say such a thing when you have tremendous talents for alchemy? Don't be foolish and waste something that countless would be willing to kill to have. Even if I possess the talent for it, there's currently no compelling reason pushing me to learn alchemy immediately. Moreover, it appears to demand a substantial investment of time. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. No reason, exclaimed the Pill Grandmaster Zhao. How can you, as a cultivator, say such a thing? Do you comprehend how many cultivators yearn to master alchemy but lack the innate talent? Pills constitute an indispensable facet of a cultivator's journey. Possessing such a skill would undeniably be advantageous. Consider finding yourself stranded in the wilderness without any pills. A cultivator versed in alchemy can concoct the needed pill on the spot, whereas one devoid of such abilities would be left to struggle and lament the heavens for not bestowing upon them such talents. Do you know why most cultivators invariably travel with an alchemist by their side during exploration? It ensures they never have to worry about depleting their pill supply, and the presence of an alchemist substantially enhances one's chances of survival. Although learning alchemy will definitely demand a considerable investment of time, the benefits undoubtedly outweigh the cons and make it a worthwhile pursuit. After hearing Pill Grandmaster Zhao's lecture on the importance of alchemy, Yuan could not refute the advantage of having the ability to concoct pills at will. However, that didn't change the fact that he did not have the time to learn alchemy. Since most people bring an alchemist with them, I can simply do the same in the future if I really need to. Yuan thought of Wang Xiaoying. I understand where you are coming from, but it doesn't change the fact that I currently have no time for alchemy. I will consider learning alchemy again once I lessen some food off my plate. Yuan said as he retrieved his cauldron. You can keep that pill. I will be taking my leave now. Thank you for the class. Yuan said to Pill Grandmaster Zhao before walking towards the exit. Pill Grandmaster Zhao could only silently shake her head as she watched Yuan leave the room. Are you really going to let him leave? Ma Qingyun suddenly asked. What do you want me to do? Beg him to stay? He made a decision, and I will respect it. If he's really as talented as I think he is, I doubt starting a little later will do much to hinder him. Pill Grandmaster Zhao shrugged. And she continued, and to be completely honest with you, I'm not confident that I have the capability to teach a monster like him. Hopefully, he will encounter someone more qualified in the future. Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously. She couldn't fathom what Pill Grandmaster Zhao was thinking or feeling for her to act so humbly. After leaving the Majestic Pill Pavilion, Yuan made his way back to Meishio and the others. Sorry, it took so long. I took a detour. Are we going to the stairway to heaven now? Xiaosheng asked. He shook his head and said, No, there's one last thing I have to do. The 10 great families, I am going to put an end to their nonsense before it gets too crazy. It won't take too long. How do you plan on doing that? Meishio asked. Yuan proceeded to tell them about his participation in the recruitment. Xiaosheng chuckled after learning of it. Seriously? I can already imagine their faces when you show up. Do you need our help? Li Jinxi asked. No, I just need Xiaohua to come with me to keep up with the appearances, and I plan on dealing with them alone. Yuan looked at Xiaohua and explained, a group of people have been recruiting exiles like you, and they plan on ambushing us because of what happened not long ago. Xiaohua quickly recalled her most recent fight and nodded, okay. Yuan retrieved one of the grand appearance-altering pill and handed it to her. We'll need to disguise ourselves. Can you change your facial features and make yourself taller? Xiaohua accepted the pill and proceeded to stare at it with a pondering expression on her face, wondering what she should make herself look like. Don't consume it now. Let's do it when we are close to our destination. Yuan quickly said when he thought she was going to swallow it there and then. Xiaohua nodded. Then it'll be off now. I'll see you guys later. Yuan left with Xiaohua shortly after, quickly making their way to the enchanted bamboo forest. About 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Yuan consumed the grand appearance-altering pill shortly after arriving, transforming his face to look like a random stranger's face, someone he passed by on the streets and happened to remember. Xiaohua followed him and swallowed the pill. A moment later, her petite body started growing taller and taller until she was even taller than Yuan by an inch, and her face became almost unrecognizable to Yuan. Although she looks completely different at a glance, if I look closely, she somewhat resembles Xiaohua after her transformation. Yuan then asked out of curiosity, Xiaohua, that appearance, is she someone you know? Or did you make it up? Xiaohua nodded and calmly responded, she's my elder sister. Yuan's eyes widened at her unexpected words. C1308 Second Part of the Exile Recruitment. Chapter 1308 Second Part of the Exile Recruitment 1308 Second Part of the Exile Recruitment. You decided to disguise as your elder sister. Now that I think about it, I don't know anything about your family. Yuan said after a moment of silence. My family is very boring. They spend all of their time cultivating, rarely ever stepping outside their room. It's normal to see each other once every few hundred years. Xiaohua calmly said. Hundreds of years. How old are you really, Xiaohua? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. Since it wasn't her own face, Xiaohua actually looked quite threatening when she frowned. And never mind. Yuan decided not to question her further. However, to his surprise, Xiaohua responded, I don't know. You mean you are so old that you don't remember your own age? Yuan was speechless after hearing this. And no. Xiaohua quickly rejected such an outrageous claim, and she continued, my memories only go up to a certain point and most of my oldest memories are missing. Really? This was Yuan's first time hearing such a thing from her. I only began recalling my memories shortly after we entered the second heaven. I also gained some more memories when we entered the third heaven, so I think that ascending the 9 heavens has something to do with my memories. Xiaohua explained. As for why she hadn't spoken of this subject earlier, it was merely due to the absence of an opportune moment for discussion. And you didn't know about any of this before? Yuan asked. Xiaohua shook her head. Then do you remember why you were in that area when we first met? Surely, it wasn't your family's backyard as you had claimed, right? Yuan recalled their first meeting and asked. I wasn't lying. Xiaohua shook her head and continued to explain, that area really belonged to my family, at least my memories told me so. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua looked at Yuan with a worried expression and said, Brother Yuan. If Xiaohua regains her memories and becomes someone different, you can abandon her. I won't blame you. Despite her words, a calm smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he quickly said, I won't do that. No matter who you become in the future, fate brought us together for a reason. Unless you decide to walk away yourself, I won't leave you. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua's face flushed with redness. Yuan then said, if anything, should be saying that to you. After all, I am also in the process of regaining my memories. If I become someone you no longer want to follow, I won't blame you for leaving. That won't happen. Xiaohua immediately said with a firm expression on her face. I believe you. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, we're at our destination. Here, Xiaohua. Yuan showed her the old jade mask he wore and continued, just in case the exiles recognize your sister's face. Once Xiaohua wore the mask, he continued, I will be right back. Wait here for a few minutes. Okay. Yuan logged off the next moment and called the phone number he received before. Is this Xiaoyang? A nervous voice asked the moment the line connected. It was David's voice. Yes, it's me. Thank God. I thought you decided not to join us when you didn't contact us for so long. David said, revealing the reason for his anxiousness. Yuan then said, I'm really sorry it took this long, but something came up and I had to deal with that before coming. Anyways, I am at the location you gave me. Don't worry about it. The second part of the recruitment will begin shortly. Just sit tight and wait for our people to arrive. I understand. Yuan returned to cultivation online after hanging up. Omicron M, now we wait. Yuan said to Xiaohua. He also made sure to suppress his aura all the way to Spirit Grandmaster. About 20 minutes later, Yuan could sense two individuals approaching their direction from a distance. One of these individuals had the aura of a spirit master while the other individual exuded the aura of a peak spirit king. It was obviously a player and their exile. However, for some reason, these two individuals did not show themselves and watched Yuan and Xiaohua from a distance. Yuan didn't try calling out to them and patiently waited for them to do their thing. Who KIs, do you sense the aura of an exile coming from either of them? A young man asked the tall, bulky man beside him. After a moment of silence, Who KIs spoke, that tall woman beside him, she's definitely an exile. What about that man beside her? What's his cultivation? Who KIs narrowed his eyes at Yuan and said, judging by his aura, he should be around Spirit Grandmaster. However, there's something strange about him. It's almost like he has more power than what's being revealed. I see. Why is that woman wearing a mask, though? Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? The young man asked another question. No, not at all. Considering that she's an exile, she's wearing a mask most likely because she was only recently sent to the primordial realm, so she doesn't want anyone to recognize her. As for the rest of us, we've been in the primordial realm for so long that we don't have to worry about anyone recognizing us, at least not in this kind of lowly place. I see. Once they confirmed Yuan and Xiaohua's identity through the information provided by David, the young man and his exile finally came out of hiding and showed themselves to Yuan and Xiaohua. Are you Xiaoyang? The young man asked. Yuan nodded. You must be the recruiter for the second part of the recruitment. Not quite, and you've already passed the second part when we confirmed that you had an exile with you. My name is Dazzling Sword, nice to meet you. The young man introduced himself, but he only revealed his character's name. C1309 A Gathering of Exiles. Chapter 1309 A Gathering of Exiles 1309 A Gathering of Exiles, Dazzling Sword. Is there another name I can address you as? Yuan asked with a weird look on his face. You can just call me Daz then. Alright. Then, Daz, what's next? Yuan asked. There's still one last part of the recruitment before you can meet the others. Dazzling Sword said, and he continued, you see, there's a reason why the 10 great families gathered all of us together. Do you know why? Yuan pretended to think about the answer before responding. Is there some kind of insanely hard dungeon that requires this much firepower? Dazzling Sword laughed at his answer for a moment before speaking, something like that, but it's not a dungeon. It's an exile. Yuan acted surprised and exclaimed, what? The 10 great families is doing all of this just for a single exile? She's not just a mere exile. She's an exile from the Azura clan. Eyes exclaimed with clenched fists. Xiao Hua, act surprised and shout, what? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Yuan instructed her through divine sense. What? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Xiao Hua shouted a moment later, but it sounded a bit stiff and unnatural. I know it sounds ridiculous, and while there isn't any actual proof, just the possibility of the Azura clan existing outside the primordial realm is dangerous enough for us to work together. Eyes took Xiao Hua's unnatural response as a kind of shock and continued to explain further, if it's true, that someone from the Azura clan has managed to acquire the Supreme Heaven's legacy, we must work together to get rid of her before she gets rid of us. If we don't deal with her as soon as possible, none of us will have a chance of survival. Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched after hearing such a thing, as Eyes made it sound like her family was the most dangerous thing in this world. If it's really the Azura clan, then I am willing to work together with the other exiles to get rid of her. Xiao Hua said a moment later, following Yuan's instructions again. Great. Then until we remove the threat, we are in a truce. If you attack any of the other exiles for any reason, we will all attack you at once. Do you understand? Eyes asked, his gaze filled with killing intent. Xiao Hua silently nodded her head. Is that all there is to it? Just hunting this exile? Yuan suddenly asked. Yeah. What else do you want? Dazzling Sword nodded. Oh, are you perhaps asking about the rewards? Don't worry, you'll receive your share once we meet up with the others. So the 10 great families are purposefully not mentioning the true purpose of their recruitment, huh? Yuan thought to himself. Then what will happen after we finish this quest? Yuan continued asking. We will return to our own journey. Dazzling Sword said. But if you manage to make a connection with the 10 great families, you can probably continue working with them. I see, then when are we going to make a move? I'm not sure about that, but from what I've been hearing, we might be moving out very soon. Anyways, if you have more questions, you can wait until we group up with the others. Dazzling Sword said. Follow me. Yuan and Xiao Hua proceeded to follow Dazzling Sword into a nearby city to use their teleportation device. As they traveled, Eyes started a conversation with Xiao Hua. So, what did you do to end up as an exile? Xiao Hua responded without looking at him, I killed people. Of course you did. All of us did. How did you kill them? How many did you kill? Did you have a nickname? They called me the Butcherer. I had killed at least 10,000 mortals and over 1,000 cultivators. Brother Yuan, can I kill him? Xiao Hua asked even though she already knew his answer. You'll get your chance later. Try to keep calm for now. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua responded to Eyes in a cold voice, that's all? 1,000 cultivators? You're much more pathetic than I thought. What did you say? Eyes stared at her with immense killing intent shooting out of his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Hua turned to look at him and suddenly released her own killing intent. Omicron M. Xiao Hua's killing intent was so powerful that it materialized around her as an aura, making it seem as though she was surrounded by the countless souls that she had murdered. Heavens! Hu Kai's fell on his buttocks from shock after sensing Xiao Hua's dreadful killing intent. Do I still need to answer your questions? Xiao Hua asked. Hu Kai's hastily shook his head. What a fucking monster! Hu Kai's cried inwardly. How many people did she kill to acquire such immense killing intent? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Dazzling Sword was left dumbfounded after what had just witnessed. It was also the first instance he had seen Hu Kai's, typically assertive, behaving with such timidity. Is this the power of a Lord Great Servant? Dazzling Sword swallowed nervously, as Hu Kai's was only an elite grade servant. After a while, they reached a sizable mansion perched atop a solitary hill, approximately 100 miles away from the nearest city. Yuan could sense the presence of over 100 individuals inside this building, and most of them were spirit kings. 112 spirit kings. So they managed to recruit this many exiles, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. However, even though he was against so many exiles, Yuan did not feel worried in the slightest. Where are we? Yuan asked Dazzling Sword. The Xiong family's property. Those rich bastards bought this land and this mansion here just for this quest. Dazzling Sword sighed out loud, and he continued, anyways, once we go inside, you'll be assigned to a room. Stay in there until you're called. Someone from the 10 great families will personally interview you later. If they approve of you, you'll officially be recruited and receive your rewards. C1310 Exiles. Chapter 1310 Exiles. 1310 Exiles. After giving Yuan a brief explanation of what to expect, Dazzling Sword opened the mansion doors and led him inside. The interior was extremely quiet, almost as though they were the only ones there. Of course, that wasn't the case. Most of the exiles were in their own room with their partner, guiding their partner's cultivation. Since it required one to reach the Supreme Heaven to complete the Supreme Heaven's legacy and exiles are unable to ascend on their own, they could only rely on their partners. Regrettably for these exiles, their partners were players who were unaware of cultivation until very recently, so it was much harder for them to grasp cultivation techniques. If it weren't for the system's assistance, most of them would be utterly hopeless when it comes to cultivation. Sometime later, Dazzling Sword led Yuan and Xiao Hua to their room where they would be sharing together. This will be your room for now. Once you are officially recruited into our group, you'll receive another room. You are also not allowed to roam this place until then. Any questions? Dazzling Sword explained. How long will it take for the recruiter to show up? Yuan asked. It shouldn't take long. A few hours at most. You have a Lord Great Exile, after all. Dazzling Sword said. Later then. Dazzling Sword closed the door on the way out. While they waited for the recruitment to continue, Yuan used his divine sense to scout the area and examine everyone within the building. Out of the 112 exiles, the majority of them were men with only 4 being female. They also had the appearance of a gangster and the aura of a delinquent. They are the type that people subconsciously avoid on the streets. Xiao Hua, I know that as an exile, you feel responsible for the other exiles, but as partners, it's only natural to share responsibilities. Can you leave them to me this time? Yuan asked her. Okay. Xiao Hua reluctantly nodded her head. Even if she wanted to deal with these exiles, she knew that she did not have the capability to do so in her current state. Of course, it would be a different story if she released the seal within her like the last time, but Xiao Hua did not want to rely too much on the monster within her. But Brother Yuan, I want you to let me take care of that man from before. Xiao Hua suddenly said. While she may not be able to fight over 100 exiles at once, she definitely didn't mind taking care of one. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. About half an hour later, Yuan turned to look at the door when someone knocked on it. They came earlier than ID expected. He went to open the door to find a beautiful young lady standing outside. Yuan raised his eyebrows after seeing this woman with a familiar face. This woman. If I recall correctly, We met during my visit to Bai Lihua's estate. What was her name again? As Yuan tried to recall her identity, the woman greeted him with a friendly smile and said, "Hello, I'm Fiery Queen from the Walker's family. May I come inside, Xiaoyang?" Fiery Queen? Oh, right. She tried to recruit me to the Walker's family back then. Yuan finally recalled her identity. Despite his excellent memory, his mind tends to automatically filter out unnecessary or unimportant information. Please. Yuan gestured for her to enter the room. As Fiery Queen entered the room, her eyes shifted towards Xiaohua, who was calmly seated on the couch. Once they were all seated, Fiery Queen spoke, "In case you don't know, I am from the 10 great families that organized this quest." Yuan smiled and said, "I have heard of you." Good, then let's start the final recruitment. Actually, this is more like an interview, since you are pretty much already recruited. You have been briefed about our mission by Dazzling Sword, correct? Fiery Queen asked. Indeed. Our mission is to defeat an exile who hailed from the Azura clan. That's right. Her existence is incredibly dangerous and would hinder not only the other exiles but also us, players. Fiery Queen said with a serious frown on her face. Just how powerful is this exile? Yuan asked. She's strong enough to treat other exiles as toddlers. However, now that there are over 100 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we defeat her. Seeing how she refused to talk about him, Yuan decided to poke the bear at the hornet's nest a little. This exile, she should also have a partner, right? Do we know who it is? Fiery Queen's face twitched a little after hearing his question, and she hastily said, "As far as I am aware, this exile is working alone. If she doesn't have a partner, how could she threaten us? I was told that exiles are not allowed to ascend by themselves. While they cannot ascend alone, they can still do other things, such as hindering other exiles and players. This exile from the Azura clan is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. In fact, she had killed over 100 players already. Is that so? If she's that dangerous, she definitely needs to be stopped. I'm glad that we are on the same page. Now let's talk about our contract. Since you are willing to work with us, we will supply you with a heaven-grade treasure. Unfortunately, we don't have any on hand right now since they had all been taken by those who came before you, but if you see a heaven-grade treasure that you would like to have on sale anywhere, we will purchase it for you. As for your money of $5 million, we will send it to you the moment we have your bank information." Yuan nodded, "Sounds great." Fiery Queen then continued with a fierce look on her face, "However, I must warn you. Once our money is in your bank, you can no longer back out of this quest. If you do so, we, the 10 great families, will crush you with our full force. Do you understand?" "Of course. I wouldn't dare to do anything like that." Yuan nodded with a calm smile. C1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. Chapter 1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. 1311 Player Yuan's sudden appearance. After getting his response, Fiery Queen said, "You can give your bank information to the one who recruited you through the phone. The payment will be made within 24 hours. The same goes for your heaven-grade treasure. Any questions before I leave you alone?" "Just one." Yuan raised a finger as he said, "When are we going to deal with this exile?" "Dazzling Sword told me that it won't be long before we act. We will act the moment we confirm the location of PLA, this exile." Fiery Queen said, nearly slipping and saying Player Yuan. And she continued, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be long before we find her. We have thousands of people actively looking for her." "Is that so? I hope we find her soon so I can get back to the game," Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. "So they are looking for me, huh?" Not only was he being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and thousands of experts from the upper heavens, but even the players were looking for him. Yuan could wipe out everyone in the mansion at any moment, but he wanted to wait until the main culprits gathered so he could take care of them at once. Since they are actively keeping the fact that they are hunting me a secret, these players have no idea what they signed up for and are just a victim to their scheming. Yuan had no intention of hurting these players, especially since there was a chance he could hurt their souls and cripple their cultivation. However, as for their exiles, I will erase every last one of these criminals. This will also increase Xiao Hua's chances at the Supreme Heaven's legacy. While he planned on sparing the players, he was adamant on dealing with the exiles. No more questions, right? Then I will leave you alone for now. You can use this mansion as you like. There's even a swimming pool if you want to refresh yourself. After Fiery Queen left the room, Yuan turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, I will be right back. He logged off the following moment. Sometime later, he went to find Mei Feng. Can you do something for me? He asked her. It depends on what you need. I'd like you to spread some rumor on the internet about me appearing in a certain location in. I can do that, but what are you planning? Yuan proceeded to tell her about the current situation and how he needed to reveal his presence so he could act. I see. Give me an hour or so and your presence will be known by almost everyone on the internet. Mei Feng said with a confident smile on her face. Great. As for the location, sometime later, Mei Feng retrieved her cell phone and called a certain individual. It's me. I need you to do something for me. Shortly after Mei Feng's phone call, rumors of Yuan's location began to spread in every forum and blog related to. Devil Dog, you won't believe this, but I just met the famous player Yuan today. We even shook hands. 9 lives, really? Where did you find him? Blue Chicken, if it's player Yuan, I saw him too. Though, I didn't dare to approach him. Cancel me, nobody has seen player Yuan for over half a year and he's suddenly appeared out of nowhere? CMSUS. Finish him, right? This dude's probably just looking for clout. Devil Dog, if you don't believe me, you can go there and look for him yourself. I don't know what he was doing, but he's probably in the middle of a quest. While some people did not believe the rumors, there were many who believed it. It didn't take long for the rumors to reach the 10 great families' ears. Omicron M. What? Player Yuan was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest? There's no way this is real. Xiong Lu did not dare believe his ears. The likelihood of Yuan appearing near their base just as they sought him out was near impossible. It would be no different than him intentionally walking into their crosshairs. Even if the rumors are true, what could he possibly be doing there? Fiery Queen questioned. Does it matter if the rumors are true or not? We still need to check it out for ourselves. Chen Huaqing said. I sent some people to investigate the moment I heard it. Xiong Lu said. Despite his doubt, he could not allow the chance of finding Yuan to slip away, even if the chances were almost impossible. And he continued, call everyone from the group and make sure they are standing by in Cultivation Online just in case. Meanwhile, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, he said to Xiao Hua, I'm going out for a bit. If somebody comes here and asks for me, just tell them that I went somewhere. If they ask where, tell them you don't know since I disappeared into thin air. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. You'll need to use your mask for a bit. Do you have anything else to cover your face? Yuan asked. I do. Xiao Hua proceeded to take out another mask from her spatial ring before handing back the black jade mask to Yuan. A divine grade treasure? Yuan raised his eyebrows after sensing the aura coming from her mask. Xiao Hua calmly nodded in acknowledgement as she nonchalantly wore the mask. Just how many treasures do you have? Yuan chuckled. A short moment later, Yuan silently left the mansion and made his way to the Enchanted Bamboo Forest. When he arrived at the Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan started to wander the place casually as he waited for people to show up. After waiting for around 15 minutes, Yuan sensed an approaching presence and made his way to this person. That mask. Could it really be player Yuan? This person exclaimed when he saw Yuan and his renowned black mask appearing out of thin air. Who are you? Yuan pretended to encounter him by chance and asked. Are you player Yuan? The player asked. I am. Yuan calmly nodded. I am Mui. I rushed here when I heard that you were here. I'd like to request a match with you. Please. The player said. C1312 Poison. Chapter 1312 Poison. 1312 Poison. You want to spar with me? Why? Yuan asked the player out of curiosity. My reason. I want to see how powerful you are, to confirm whether you are as strong as they say. Mui said. I see. Yuan inspected Mui. He was only a spirit master, and it looked like he had made the breakthrough very recently. An opponent of this level was akin to an ant before Yuan. In fact, he could erase Mui without lifting a finger. However, Yuan sensed several more presences appearing not far away and wanted to use this opportunity to spread his own presence even more. I don't mind a spar, but the difference in our cultivation is very vast. Even if I limit myself and don't use any spiritual energy, I might kill you by accident. Are you okay with that? Yuan asked Mui. I don't mind. Mui said with a nervous smile on his face. Yuan couldn't fathom why Mui was willing to risk his own cultivation to confirm his strength. Of course, Yuan had no intention of killing Mui for real. Shall we get this start then? Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord and casually stood there. That sword. He's really player Yuan. Mui finally confirmed Yuan's identity after seeing his sword. Since anyone could get their hands on a black jade mask, Mui wasn't exactly sure if the person before him was player Yuan. However, his large sword was something unique and had been recalled many times by those who were struck by it during the mystic realm. While there was still a small chance that the person before him could be an impersonator, Mui did not believe that was the case, as he could feel the immense difference between their strength even without having the capability to see Yuan's true cultivation, and his instincts were screaming for him to leave. Mui retrieved his own weapon a moment later, wielding two short swords, one in each hand. It was at this moment the other presences that Yuan had sensed early showed up. Wow! The rumors are true. Player Yuan is in the enchanted bamboo forest. Who's the one pointing his swords at player Yuan? Isn't that player Mui the player challenger? I heard some time ago that a player wielding two swords was going around challenging players, fighting stronger opponents as he went. Apparently, he's never lost a fight. He even defeated someone in the top 1,000. But to go for player Yuan, isn't he just begging for defeat at this point? Mui ignored the spectators and acted as though they didn't even exist. Don't go easy on me. Mui suddenly said. If I don't hold back, this will be over before you can even blink. Yuan shook his head. Despite such arrogant words, Mui did not take offense to it. I don't care. Just don't go easy on me. Mui suddenly took an offensive stance. Yuan smiled and said, at least show me that you aren't a waste of my time. Mui released a low roar before rushing at Yuan with both arms in motion. Twin Serpent's Bloodthirst. Mui's swords became coated with a green aura after he activated his skill, his body overflowing with spiritual energy. Once he was close enough, Mui activated another skill. Twin Serpent's Dance. Mui's arms flickered wildly as he swung his swords in a seemingly random manner. Yuan did not move a single step and blocked all of the incoming strikes without using any spiritual energy. However, Mui did not stop his relentless attack even after they were blocked. That's right. Keep blocking my attacks. Mui smiled inwardly. The green aura covering his swords wasn't just for show and was actively releasing poison. This poison was odorless and invisible to the eyes, and while it may lack strength at first, if enough was consumed, it could take out even a spirit lord. You are just like everyone else, player Yuan. Underestimating me will be your downfall. Just a little more and I will be known as the first player to defeat you. Mui could already envision his victory. Look at how vicious and fast he is. How is player Yuan even blocking these attacks? The spectators were left speechless by Miwa's performance. Why isn't he fighting back and only defending? Is he so overwhelmed by player Miwa's relentless attacks that he cannot do so? Are you stupid? Look at player Yuan's fluid and minimal movement. He's effortlessly blocking those attacks. This is probably nothing more than child's play for him, said someone with more combat experience. A few minutes later, Miwa's eyes flickered with a vicious light. It's over for you, player Yuan. Twin serpents outburst. After uttering such words, Yuan suddenly stopped moving. The twin serpent's invisible poison was destroying Yuan from the inside at a rapid rate, but it wasn't enough to keep up with his absolute regeneration, and it took less than 2 seconds for Yuan to suppress the poison. Mui, who wasn't aware that Yuan had already neutralized his poison, laughed out loud. My twin serpent's invisible poison can kill even a spirit lord within 2 minutes, and I waited 5 whole minutes just for you, player Yuan. You're probably in so much pain that you can't speak or move right now. Don't worry, it will only last for a moment, because you will die soon. Poison, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. Though inherently resilient against physical harm, Yuan remained susceptible to assaults that targeted his internal body, such as poison. Fortunately for him, Mui's poison wasn't too strong, or he would have sustained much more damage. I should increase my poison resistance a little more in the future just in case I encounter someone with even stronger poison. Yuan didn't expect to gain insight in such an insignificant spar with another player, and he silently thanked Mui for it. Poison, huh? I didn't expect that. Yuan said a moment later, shocking Mui. What? How are you still standing? Mui exclaimed with a look of disbelief on his face. C1313 Player Yuan has appeared. Chapter 1313 Player Yuan has appeared. 1313 Player Yuan has appeared. How are you still standing? That poison is powerful enough to kill even a spirit lord with ease. You should be on the ground writhing in pain now. Mui was in disbelief, as this was the first time someone affected by his poison hadn't fallen. Did my poison not affect him? No, that's not possible. I also waited for 5 whole minutes before I activated it. There's no way it could be too weak either. If I was only a spirit lord, your poison might have worked on me. Unfortunately for you, I am not a spirit lord. Yuan calmly said. What? Don't tell me. You're a spirit king? Mui exclaimed in a shocked voice. The spectators could also be heard gasping in shock after learning of this revelation. If I was only an ordinary spirit king, the poison still would have done immense damage. Yuan thought to himself. It was only because of his regeneration skill that kept him unharmed from the poison. And no way. How did you manage to reach Spirit King so fast? Even the top players are only at Spirit Grandmaster with the peak players barely entering Spirit Lord. Mui asked in a nervous voice. Yuan shrugged, I'm not sure. It just happened. If only Mui knew that Yuan was a peak Spirit King who couldn't progress further because of his unique physique. Anyways, is that all you've got to show me? Yuan then asked. He paused for a moment before continuing with narrowed eyes. If so, I will end our little spar. Mui felt chills throughout his entire being after feeling Yuan's gaze. And not yet. Mui roared as he clenched his fists and rushed forward. Fuck. 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 If I cannot defeat him with my trump card, what chances do I have left? There's no way I can beat him without my poison. Mui cried inwardly as he relentlessly swung his swords at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan sighed, I guess you have nothing else to show me. Wait. Mui exclaimed. I'll give you a minute. Yuan calmly said. Mui scrambled his brains, but in the end, he had nothing else to show. Since you helped me gain some insight, I will help you as well. Yuan suddenly said. Excuse me? Mui raised his eyebrows. You wanted to confirm the rumors of my strength, correct? What are these rumors? Yuan asked. That you have the strength to destroy a mountain with a single swing. Mui recalled one of the comments had read online. Destroy a mountain with a single swing, huh? Yuan looked around and could see several mountains in the distance. He chuckled and said, as much as I want to show you that I could destroy a mountain, I cannot destroy nature for such a pointless reason. Instead, I'll show you something else. Yuan suddenly released his cultivation, causing it to burst out of his body. What the hell do you plan on doing? Mui fell on his buttocks from shock and subconsciously began crawling backward. Yuan clenched the Empyrean Overlord and stood there with an overbearing posture. Please. Spare me. Mui cried out loud with tears flowing down his face. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan swung his sword, but it wasn't at Mui. The following moment, a massive beam of spiritual energy shot toward the cloudy sky, blowing all of the clouds away and creating a clear sky for as far as one could see with their eyes. The spiritual energy from the technique was so immense that some of the spectators fainted for a brief moment. What do you think? That should have been enough to destroy a mountain. Yuan looked at Mui with a smile afterward. Mui could only absently nod his head. Forget about a mere mountain. He could wipe out a dozen mountains or multiple cities with that much power. Mui cried inwardly. Meanwhile, at the Xiong family's mansion where all of the exiles are gathered, the exiles are alerted by the immense spiritual energy they have just sensed. Ceasing their activities, they redirected their attention to the windows, observing the abrupt transformation of the previously cloudy sky into a clear expanse. What in heaven's name was that just now? Who released that spiritual energy? Are they trying to destroy a city or something? The exiles were interested in the person who released the spiritual energy, but it wasn't enough to make them tremble in fear or anything like that. At the same time, the 10 great families received confirmation of Yuan's presence in the enchanted bamboo forest. The rumors were true. I witnessed player Yuan there with my own eyes. He even fought with another player. Was there a little girl beside him? Xiong Lu asked. A little girl? No, I don't think so. He was alone. Che. Xiong Lu sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner. If we don't take care of that little girl with him, the source of his powers, it won't matter how many times we kill player Yuan. Xiong Lu thought to himself. No, she shouldn't be that far away. As an exile, she has a duty to protect her partner. If we push player Yuan into a corner, she will definitely show up to save him. A wide smile appeared on Xiong Lu's face. This is perfect. Well, take player Yuan hostage and mess with him until she arrives. Listen to me carefully. I want you and everyone there to stall Yuan until we get there. I don't care what you have to do. Don't let him leave. Xiong Lu demanded through the phone before closing the connection and calling the others. Player Yuan has appeared at Enchanted Bamboo Forest. We will make our move immediately. Gather the forces. Today will be player Yuan's last day at the top. Shortly after the phone call, the 10 great families summoned every single exile and their partners. We have confirmed the Azura clan's exiles' location. We need to move out immediately. Gather outside the mansion. Fiery Queen shouted loud enough for everyone in the mansion to hear. C1314 Why don't you work with me instead? Chapter 1314 Why don't you work with me instead? 1314 Why don't you work with me instead? Should I go outside or wait for Brother Yuan's return? Xiaohua asked Yuan through divine sense. Go with them. Well, meet up in a bit. Yuan quickly responded. Xiaohua acknowledged. Shortly after being summoned, all of the exiles and their partners gathered right outside the manor. As players from the 10 great families stood before a little over 200 individuals, Xiong Lu spoke in a loud voice. Fortunately for us, our target wandered into our crosshair and was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest just a few minutes ago. I have already sent some people to delay the Azura clan's exile for as long as possible, so we need to move immediately. Delaying someone from the Azura clan? Ha! Those people are probably long dead. One of the exiles there sneered out loud. I am aware of our opponent's strength, and I did not send a mere 10 or 100 people. I called over 1,000 people to delay her. Even 10,000 ordinary people would not be enough. Another exile shouted. That's why we need to stop chatting here and move already. Xiong Lu exclaimed. Let's go. And without saying anything else, they began marching towards the enchanted bamboo forest. Fiery Queen subconsciously glanced at Xiao Hua, who had an overwhelming presence and stood out even though she was at the very end of the formation. Where's her partner? Fiery Queen raised an eyebrow when she could not see Xiao Yang anywhere in the crowd. Is he not here? This is perfect. A mysterious smile appeared on Fiery Queen's face as she approached Xiao Hua. Where is your partner? Fiery Queen asked Xiao Hua a moment later. I don't know. He disappeared into thin air and hasn't returned since. Xiao Hua nonchalantly responded. So he logged off? I thought we told the recruiters to call everyone on the roster to make sure they are not offline. Fiery Queen thought to herself. Oh well. This works perfectly for me. Correct me if I am wrong, but your name is Tian Hua. Fiery Queen recalled the fake name Yuan had given them. Xiao Hua calmly nodded, acknowledging it. What do you think of your partner, Xiao Yang? Fiery Queen then asked. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Hua said, he's weak and lacking in talent. Fiery Queen's eyes flickered with excitement after hearing such an answer, and she quickly said, in that case, why don't you work with me instead? I can assure you that I am both stronger and more talented than your current partner. After all, without the help of an exile, I have managed to achieve Spirit Grandmaster by myself. If I have a powerful exile like you by my side, I will definitely be able to help you achieve your goals. Of course, she had spent an unimaginable amount of her family's fortune to purchase gold and treasures from other players to reach such a point. How annoying. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. However, Xiao Hua decided to play along for a bit. And how will you be able to help me achieve my goals? For starters, my family is very rich, so money is of no issue. If you help me grow stronger, I will use that strength to help you. At the very least, I will be much more useful than your current partner. Let me think about it. Xiao Hua said with a desire to end their conversation there. What the fuck is there to think about? I am clearly better than that ordinary-looking bastard. If someone like him can reach peak Spirit Grandmaster with her help, I will definitely reach Spirit King before anyone else. Fiery Queen cursed inwardly. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Fiery Queen said to Xiao Hua with a calm smile. While the 10 great families had managed to find a few partnerless exiles with the help of their current exiles, she was not lucky enough to be chosen. Fiery Queen didn't plan on taking an exile from another player at first, but when she saw the opportunity to do so, her nature made her act upon her greed. Meanwhile, at Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan was surrounded by players. Player Yuan. Can I get a handshake? Player Yuan. Please sign my weapon. Player Yuan. Let's party up for a bit. Yuan could tell that some of the players there were genuine fans, but most of the people there had ulterior motives. Are they stalling me? Yuan smiled inwardly at their pointless attempts. After all, he did not plan on running away. Since it will take them some time to arrive, I might as well entertain myself. Yuan accepted one of the genuine fans' requests to sign their weapon. After acquiring their weapon, he asked, how would you like me to sign it? I will leave that to you. I would appreciate it if your signature could last for a long time. The young fan did not expect for Yuan to respond and was ecstatic when he accepted her sword. A long time, huh? Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving his Empyrean overlord. Are you okay with me scratching your weapon? He asked. I don't mind. What's your name? Ren Yun. The following moment, Yuan tossed the fan's sword into the air, and without hesitation, he swung at the sword, engraving the words to Ren Yun, Yuan on one side of the sword's blade. Here you go. Yuan returned the sword to the baffled fan. Eh. The fan looked at the perfectly written words with wide eyes. How did he write such clean words with a sword? Thank you very much. The fan eventually snapped out of her daze and bowed to him. After a brief moment of silence, the other fans retrieved their weapons and began pleading for a signature as well. Player Yuan. Please sign my weapon too. Mine too. Yuan proceeded to sign more weapons, only accepting the weapons from his genuine fans, leaving the others wondering why they were being ignored despite being closer to him. C1315 Our target was player Yuan. Chapter 1315 Our target was player Yuan. 1315 Our target was player Yuan. As Yuan lingered in the enchanted bamboo forest and news of his presence spread online, more and more players traveled there to meet him. However, upon their arrival, they were surprised to find hundreds of players blocking their path, almost like a group of bodyguards during a concert. Hey! Who the hell are you guys? Get out of our way. We're here to meet player Yuan. One of the players there angrily shouted. You don't need to know our identity. The only thing you need to know is that you aren't allowed past this point. You can try if you'd like, but you'll die. One of the players blocking the path said. The 10 great families did not want any interruptions while they hunted player Yuan, hence the blockade. Furthermore, it was to prevent player Yuan from escaping. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped his interaction with his fans when he sensed a chilling aura appear in the distance. This aura did not come from a single individual. It was created by a group of ominous beings. They are finally here, huh? Yuan looked at his fans, and not wanting to involve them in his battle, he said to them, sorry, but I have to end things here and continue my quest. Already? Please stay with us a little longer. You haven't signed my weapon yet. Yuan then said, I will do this again at a later date and a proper location. I have already memorized all of your faces here, so if I see you at the next location, I will give you priority. And without saying another word, Yuan left the crowd. However, while some players decided to let him go, most of the players there actually followed Yuan. Of course, Yuan had expected this. After all, you're all just fake fans trying to stall me. Yuan couldn't care less if these players were caught up in his battle with the Exiles, as they were already involved in the first place. Please wait, player Yuan. There's still something I must tell you. Where do you think you are going, player Yuan? I will not let you leave until you fight me. These players tried every tactic available to stall him, as they had misunderstood his current action as running away, and they were all tasked with stalling him until the main forces arrived. If you can catch me, I'll listen to what you have to say, Yuan said to the players before speeding up a little. Unsurprisingly, most of the players that were left in the dust by his speed. Only those with superior cultivation managed to keep up, but even then, they were barely keeping up with Yuan. Oh. Not bad. How about this? Yuan sped up even more. What? How the hell is he moving so fast? I have a heaven rank movement technique and I cannot keep up. As the players desperately tried to keep up with Yuan, he continued to increase his speed every few minutes. However, Yuan made sure to remain in these players' sight, as he did not want the 10 great families to think that he had left. Once he was close enough to the Exiles, Yuan decided to leave the players behind, disappearing from their sight like a ghost. What the hell? Where did he go? He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and look for him. We cannot lose track of him when the main forces are so close. Well, be executed if he gets away. These players desperately began searching for Yuan, unaware that he had already arrived before the main forces. Yuan stopped moving when he came across the 10 great families and the Exiles. Xiong Lu almost couldn't believe his eyes when Yuan appeared before them like a ghost. It's really him. It's player Yuan. But why the hell is he here? What happened to the guys watching over him? The others didn't immediately realize Yuan had appeared before them, but when they saw Xiong Lu's surprised face, they began realizing their situation. Why you? Player Yuan? Fiery Queen subconsciously muttered. Yuan looked at her and said, if you're asking for a signature, I am no longer giving out signatures today. All of the players there realized they were standing before player Yuan after he acknowledged it. Wow! Is it really player Yuan? What's he doing here? This is my first time seeing him in person. How lucky! Besides the players from the 10 great families, everyone there did not know they were going to be hunting Yuan in just a moment. What a coincidence, player Yuan. I've been looking for you. You have no idea how much I have wanted to see you since our last encounter. Xiong Lu suddenly said. Yuan looked at him and asked, have we met before? I don't recall meeting you before, though. I'm not surprised, since it was only briefly. By the way, where's that little girl who was with you before? She left to do something for me. Why are you looking for her? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Because, hey! Why the hell did we stop? The Azura clan's exile will get away at this point. One of the exiles suddenly roared out loud. How dare you stop and chat while in the middle of something so important? Do you want to die? Another shouted. Xiong Lu turned to look at the group behind him and calmly said, we stopped because we have arrived at our destination, at our target. What the fuck are you talking about? Besides us, I don't sense the presence of an exile nearby. Xiong Lu pointed at Yuan and continued, that's because she isn't here right now. However, her partner is right here. If we capture him, she will definitely come to save him. What? Our target was player Yuan? You didn't tell me about this. One of the players there exclaimed in shock. I also wasn't told about this. What is the meaning of this? Did you lie to us? The players began shouting with clear disbelief on their faces. C1316 Confronting the Exiles. Chapter 1316 Confronting the Exiles. 1316 Confronting the Exiles. What is the meaning of this? I thought we were after an exile. Nobody said anything about hunting a player Yuan, much less. The players were outraged when they realized that they had been tricked by the 10 great families to go after player Yuan, who was an idol to many of them. Shut up! Xiong Lu roared, quickly silencing the scene. We are after the exile. However, we recently learned that she had formed a partnership with player Yuan. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reveal this information in time. If I have to fight player Yuan, I'd rather quit this group. Someone suddenly said. Right? I'm leaving. Another exclaimed. More and more of the players started threatening to leave the group. Xiong Lu's body trembled in anger, and he shouted a moment later, you can leave if you want. However, don't forget about the contract that you signed. Not to mention the money that we have already sent you. You are obligated to fulfill your duties. If you decide to leave without fulfilling your duties, the 10 great families will become your enemy. I will ensure of that. The players trembled in fear after hearing Xiong Lu's words, their faces filled with despair. While player Yuan may be the strongest player in, the 10 great families have real influence in the real world, and their influence isn't small. In fact, the 10 great families are so immensely wealthy and influential to the point where even the government could not touch them without risking a serious backlash in the economy amongst other things. If ordinary players were to make an enemy out of such titans, their lives would be ruined, not to mention their friends and families. Player Yuan or not, I will fulfill my duties. The players changed their minds in the blink of an eye after hearing Xiong Lu's threat. The 10 great families' power was on full display at the moment. Seeing this, Yuan could only shake his head in silence. He felt bad for the players. They were tricked by the 10 great families and forced to fight. Don't worry, I don't blame you guys, Yuan said a moment later. When the players heard Yuan's words, they felt less guilty about their actions. Meanwhile, the exiles were running out of patience. I don't know what you lots are chatting about, but I have no reason to raise my hand against a mere child. I only agreed to work with you because of the Azura clan's exile, yet I don't see her anywhere. What is the meaning of this? If you don't give us a satisfying answer, I will kill you, regardless of your background. Unlike the players, the exiles had no reason to listen to Xionglu, and with the 10 great families' influence limited to Earth, there was simply no way to threaten the exiles. Even if their partners begged them, most exiles only work when it benefits them. Furthermore, these exiles could easily replace their current partners with other players at any time, as there was an abundance of players without an exile out there. There's no way this brat could be the Azura clan's exile's partner. The Azura clan would never work together with a weakling. Another exile said. Xionglu knew that it would be difficult to control the exiles, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. In the end, he decided to tell them the truth. I am not lying to you, I have no reason to. He's definitely the Azura clan's exile's partner. After all, I watched them kill my partner. Xionglu said, revealing that had lost his exile to Yuan. What? Your exile was slain? Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families were greatly surprised to hear this for the first time. However, the exiles did not immediately believe him. Your exile was slain by them? What was his name? One of the exiles asked. Xionglu gritted his teeth and uttered, his name was Zhao, also known as the Harbinger of Agony. The exile's eyes widened with shock after hearing this familiar name. Harbinger of Agony? The Harbinger of Agony is dead? Zhao was quite renowned even within the primordial realm, and he was a divine-grade servant just like Xiaohua, so he was in his own league when compared to the gathered exiles. To further prove his claims, Xionglu retrieved some of the items that Zhao had given him. Those treasures. They definitely belonged to the Harbinger of Agony. Unbelievable. To think the Harbinger of Agony would perish in such a place. Suddenly, one of the exiles there approached Yuan, appearing before him like a ghost. Omicron M, is it true? That you killed the Harbinger of Agony? The exile asked. Yuan calmly stared at the towering figure before him. This exile was impressively tall and almost 3 heads taller than him. However, he was quite scrawny with his bones visible. Yuan smiled and responded to the question, no, I didn't kill him. It was my exile who killed him. You guys mentioned the Azura clan, right? My exile also mentioned coming from such a place before. The exile standing before Yuan suddenly erupted with immense killing intent, enough to completely cover their area. Where is she? I will spare your life if you bring us to her. The exile said, expecting Yuan to cower in fear from his killing intent, just like the nearby players who were trembling violently. However, to his surprise, Yuan remained composed. I guess you need to have some backbone to be Azura clan's exile's partner. The exile smirked. And he continued, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Oh. And what are you going to do? Yuan asked in a calm voice. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to force you to tell me her location, even if I have to rip apart some limbs. Is that so? I'd like to see you try. A cold smile appeared on Yuan's face. The following second, Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord, and with movements that none of the exiles could grasp, he dismembered the arms of the exile standing before him. The exile didn't even realize his arms had been severed and only sensed a cold sensation brush past his shoulders, and the moment the exile tried to move his arms, they fell off his body and fell on the ground, leaving him stunned and speechless. Wah! A look of despair and fear appeared on the exile's face when he realized the situation. Too late, Yuan muttered in a cold voice. With another swing, the exile's head was sent flying into the air, landing only a few steps away from Xionglu and the others. That's one down. The others could hear Yuan mumbling such words afterward. Complete silence filled the scene as everyone there tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Yuan spread his arms wide apart and broke that silence by speaking in a beckoning manner. What are you all waiting for? You won't force me to do anything if you just stand there. Xiong pointed at Yuan while trembling and shouted in a nervous tone, "Ji, get him." The next moment, several exiles left the formation and attacked Yuan at the same time. C1317 There's not enough of you. Chapter 1317 There's not enough of you. 1317 There's not enough of you. In the blink of an eye, Yuan found himself surrounded by 4 exiles, all of them exuding immense killing intent. Abyssal quicksand. One of them pointed at Yuan's feet, causing the ground beneath him to sink like a quicksand, binding his movements. Heart piercer. Another exile from behind shoved his sword towards Yuan's heart. However, as if that wasn't enough, the 2 exiles at each of his sides were swinging their weapons directly at his neck. Are they going to kill him already? I wanted to capture and torture him. Xiong cried inwardly as he watched the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan did not even bother trying to defend himself and stood still in a nonchalant manner. What? The exile behind Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he realized that his sword could not pierce Yuan's skin, almost as if there was invisible armor protecting his body. Your head is mine. A split second later, the exiles by his side reached his neck with their weapons, but just like the first attack, their weapons were stopped and could not penetrate Yuan's skin, much less take his head. What in heaven's name? Everyone there muttered in a dazed voice, as they were unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Did the exiles stop their attack right before they could kill Yuan, or did something stop them? None of the spectators could tell for sure. You should put a little more arm strength into your strikes if you want to kill me, Yuan suddenly said in a calm voice. The exiles around him suddenly sensed danger and immediately distanced themselves from him, their backs soaked in cold sweat afterward. Oh. Yuan mumbled in a slightly surprised tone. If the exiles hadn't moved just now, he would have killed them. Don't kill him. Xiong suddenly exclaimed. If we don't capture him alive, we won't be able to bring out his exile. I don't think we can kill him even if we tried. One of the exiles thought inwardly. He could tell from their failed attack just now that Yuan was a formidable opponent. If you want to capture me, you should have brought more people, a few thousand more exiles. Yuan smiled. You arrogant little bastard. Xiong gritted his teeth. He turned to look at the exiles behind him and roared, What are the rest of you waiting for? Get him. Huh? Who the hell are you to command us? And are you really telling everyone here to gang up on a mere child? Laughable. If he's just a mere child, then you should have no problem capturing him alone. Xiong sneered back, and he continued, I think you're scared of him, hence why you're staying back. You dare mock me. He's right. Yuan suddenly interjected. I think you're all scared. Don't be afraid and come at me at once. I'll even go easy on you. Hearing his provocation, several more exiles stepped outside the formation and approached him. There were a dozen exiles that surrounded Yuan now, yet he did not seem to be bothered by their presence in the slightest. In response, Yuan actually stored his Empyrean overlord and brought out his starry abyss. It's been a while since I used you. Let's have some fun, shall we? Yuan mumbled while looking at the beautiful dagger in his grasp. He has 2 soul weapons. The exiles were quite startled to see Yuan pull out another soul weapon. Meanwhile, the players didn't know that Yuan could also wield a dagger, as they had only seen him with the Empyrean overlord. Is this what he means by going easy? They all wondered. The next moment, Yuan made the first move and started attacking the closest exile to him, and before they could react, he executed one of them with a simple strike at the neck. The spectators were stunned. Yuan's movements were so swift that the players couldn't keep up and the exiles were barely able to follow them. Stop using your eyes. Use your divine sense to follow him. One of the exiles suddenly shouted. Even though it seemed obvious, the Exiles were simply too stunned by Yuan's overwhelming prowess to think. However, even though they could follow Yuan's movements with their divine sense, their bodies were having difficulties responding to his speed. One by one, Yuan slew the Exiles as though they were mere mortals. When the spectating Exiles realized the gravity of their situation, they could no longer stand still. More and more Exiles began leaving the formation to fight Yuan. 10. 20. 30. Yuan had to face 30 opponents by himself. He was constantly bombarded with powerful techniques and even spiritual attacks that tried to mess with his soul. Unfortunately for the Exiles, Yuan's soul strength was beyond their comprehension, and was not affected by these spiritual attacks in the slightest. As for the martial techniques, they were not strong enough to break through Yuan's defenses, and even if some managed to injure him a little, his wounds would immediately be restored within the blink of an eye. Of course, Yuan wasn't just sitting there and letting them attack him for free. Whenever he noticed a gap in their defenses, he would take the chance and slay an Exile without fail. This fucking monster. Is he even human? It feels like I am fighting with a demon instead. One of the Exiles cursed out loud. The players witnessing their fight were just as stunned if not even more shocked. Xiong. I thought you said that only player Yuan's Exile was powerful. If that's the case, how is he fighting so many Exiles at once and still winning? Someone from the 10 great families looked to him for answers. Xiong, who was dazed with his eyes wide open, muttered, he began doubting himself and their whole operation. Ha ha ha. Yuan suddenly started laughing. This is quite fun, but there's not enough of you. All of you come at me at once. Entertain me some more. That crazy bastard. In the end, more and more Exiles left the formation to join the fight. Soon, over 70 Exiles were attacking Yuan at once, and rather than fighting a human, it felt like they were subjugating a dangerous monster instead. C1318 Crimson Empress. Chapter 1318 Crimson Empress. 1318 Crimson Empress. Why aren't my spiritual techniques working on him? It's as though they're passing right through him. One of the Exiles cried in frustration. Fuck. What is his body made of? Not even my divine grade treasure can pierce his skin. Another cursed out loud. The Azura clan's Exile must have drowned him in treasures. There's no way a mere spirit king could fight so many of us at once. Keep attacking him. There must be a limit to his tricks. He will eventually run out of spiritual energy, too. Yuan's battle with the Exiles was so massive that it caused havoc within the enchanted bamboo forest, alerting nearby experts. With every release of a potent technique by an Exile, the entire forest quivered. Furthermore, with so many powerful cultivators gathered in one area, the pressure within the forest was intense and unbearable for the players there, forcing them to evacuate the enchanted bamboo forest, as they were losing health just by being in the vicinity. Half an hour into their fight, Yuan slew over 30 Exile, and there were only 4 Exiles who have yet to join the fight, Xiaohua being one of them. Fiery Queen, seeing this, approached her and said, "Are you not going to join the fight? We'll lose more Exiles at this rate. Please, we need your help." Xiaohua glanced at her with a cold gaze, sending shivers down her back. "Brother Yuan, what should I do?" she decided to ask him. Yuan smiled and said, "Do whatever you want." After receiving his response, Xiaohua looked at the Exile standing not too far away from her, the one who partnered with Dazzling Sword. Then, without any hesitation, she approached him. Dazzling Sword suddenly sensed a presence behind him and turned around. What? To his absolute surprise, Xiaohua was standing behind his Exile with her arm extended and fingers grasping onto his Exile's neck. What the fuck do you think you are doing to my Exile? Dazzling Sword exclaimed, catching the other's attention. Tianhua. What are you doing? Your enemy is over there. Fiery Queen couldn't believe her eyes. Xiaohua ignored Fiery Queen and the other players. Shortly after grasping onto the Exile's neck, she tossed him outside the formation. "Senior? What are you doing?" the butcherer asked her with a puzzled look on his face. "I don't like you, and your face is annoying, so I am going to kill you," Xiaohua said as she retrieved two large swords, wielding one in each hand. "If you think I am just going to sit back and let you kill me, you're gravely mistaken." The butcherer grabbed the two axes strapped to his back and wielded one in each hand like Xiaohua. The following moment, Xiaohua kicked her feet and flew at the butcherer, who confronted her with sweaty palms. Despite his words just now, he knew that he had no chance of winning against her after learning of her killing intent not long ago. However, he wasn't expecting to fight her by himself either. Sure enough, the two exiles who had refrained from engaging Yuan due to their lack of confidence quickly opted to assist the butcherer upon witnessing Xiaohua's betrayal. The butcherer and the other two exiles surrounded Xiaohua with a triangular formation. Xiaohua was not confident that she could fight 3 exiles at once, but when she remembered that Yuan was fighting over 70 of them at once, she gritted her teeth and tossed away all of her useless thoughts. "If I am going to follow Brother Yuan, I will need to get stronger, much stronger than I am currently." A resolute expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. "Heavenly domain, full power." A vicious light flickered within Xiaohua's gaze right before a tyrannical pressure enveloped the 3 exiles surrounding her. What is this?" Xiaohua took advantage of the exile's stunned state and swung her large swords at the exile standing closest to her, executing him in a single strike. Heaven sealing technique. Without any pauses after the kill, she immediately sealed the cultivation of the next closest exile before swinging her sword at him. "And my cultivation is sealed?" The exile didn't realize that his cultivation had been sealed until it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua slew 2 of the 3 exiles, leaving the last one, the butcherer, completely speechless. Xionglu, who couldn't be bothered by the commotion behind him, finally decided to take a peek, and his eyes widened when he saw the swords in Xiaohua's grasp. Her. That's her. She's player Yuan's exile. Xionglu exclaimed in a terrified voice after recognizing her swords. "What?" The players turned to look at Xiaohua with wide eyes. Even the exiles fighting Yuan stopped moving and risked their lives to look. "You told us she was a little girl. Which part of her is little?" One of the exiles suddenly cursed out loud. "I'm sure it's her. She used the same weapons when she fought my exile. I cannot explain her change in appearance, but I am certain that it's her who killed Zhaohui," Xionglu said. "Did she consume an appearance-altering pill to fool us?" One of the exiles deducted correctly. "Appearance-altering pill? Then." Fiery Queen turned to look at Yuan with a horrified look on her face. Yuan smiled and said out loud, "I guess there's no point in hiding now, Xiaohua." He removed his mask, revealing his appearance as Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. "You bastard. How dare you trick us?" Fiery Queen's face flushed with redness after realizing that they had been completely played by Yuan. Xiaohua also removed her mask, revealing her sister's beautiful appearance. When the exiles saw Xiaohua's face, their faces immediately paled. "See Crimson Empress?" Not one exile there did not recognize Xiaohua's sister's face. After realizing the identity of their target, the exiles suddenly lost all motivation to continue, with some even dropping their weapons in despair. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.